Your own natural hair does begin growing back the very next day, and that's what the Advanced Hair Guarantee is. They guarantee that your new hair is going to grow, and it's going to grow for life. And I told you about the receding hairline I had that really did bug me. It kind of reminded me of my dad, and I'm sorry to say that, but it really bugged me. So I had them take care of the receding hairline, and it's gone. That's why I think that the doctors at Advanced Hair are artists, because not that they made me look great, because nobody can do that, but they'll make you look great. So ladies, guys, whether you have thinning hair, a bald spot, maybe a receding hairline like I once had, I want you to call Advanced Hair and schedule a free consultation, because I want you to see the amazing difference for yourself. Call Advanced Hair today for that free consultation. But there's a requirement. When you do that, mention my name, Michael Brown, because I'll get you 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. So pick up the phone and call them today. Go out and just have them see what they could do for you. 720-459-HAIR. 720-459-HAIR. Or if you don't believe me, which you should, go check out the before and after photos online at advancedhair.com.
Announcing the sell-off of a small, very special 1,000-acre ranch in the shadows of the Spanish Peaks at bargain prices on Saturday, June 28th. Here's just one example. 35 acres with electric, just $59.9. The ranch is just off I-25 south of Colorado Springs. It's a mix of high-rolling plains with scattered juniper and rock outcroppings, home to bighorn sheep, deer, antelope, and plentiful small game. It offers jaw-dropping views west to the Rockies and east to the tranquil River Valley. Great financing is available. One-day sell-off Saturday, June 28th, starting at 9 a.m. Learn more, take a video tour at 866-CO-RANCH.com, then call 866-CO-RANCH to make plans to visit Saturday, June 28th. Ask about the beautiful ranch headquarters on 35, 70, or 105 acres at a great price. That's call or click 866-CO-RANCH.com.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
So happy about that, believe me.
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win $1,000.
That is crazy.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHW, sponsored by Maverick.
Hey, the Maverick Nitro card will save you 10 cents on every gallon of fuel.
10 cents off, huh?
Yep, 10 cents or more. Head into Maverick and pick up your Nitro card. It's linked to your bank account, safe and secure.
Your neighbor Judy loves Colorado summers, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
After having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Right now, Colorado, you too can have the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Hey, go Rhino Shield!
The cost of everything is still out of control, and I know a lot of people are still relying on credit cards to cover your essentials. Well, guess what? You're not alone. Americans collectively owe more than $1 trillion in credit card debt, and I know you might have thought about and considered reaching out to American Financing, but then you hesitated because you don't want anything to happen to that low first mortgage rate that you have. Well, here's the good news, and it's called the Smart Equity Loan. That's a solution designed to help you take control of your finances, and you don't touch your current mortgage whatsoever. And it's not like a HELOC, where rates can increase or change when the Fed changes rates. The Smart Equity Loan offers you a fixed rate, which means you get one predictable monthly payment and the peace of mind that comes with that. So you can leverage the equity in your home to pay off that higher interest debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate. So get started with that free 10-minute phone call. Remember, there are no upfront or hidden fees. It doesn't cost you anything. There's no obligation to simply find out how much money you could save every single month. So call American Financing. You can call them from anywhere in the country. Doesn't make any difference. You just tell them Michael Brown sent you. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000 or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
No matter what you drive.
I drive a big old truck.
An SUV. Gas guzzler.
I ride the bus.
Always drive the right way.
I listen to Dan Caplis.
With Dan Caplis. Afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Well, it's all right, riding around in the breeze. Well, it's all right, if you live the life you please. Well, it's all right, doing the best you can. Well, it's all right, as long as you lend a hand. You can sit around and
Michael, my cat's really excited about the future of a non-nuclear Iran. Just thought I'd pass it along to you.
Yes, hello. Can I help you?
Back cat.
The cat's just hungry. The cat doesn't care about Iran. It just wants food. Poor starving cat. So back on June 7, Trump nationalized about 4,000 California National Guard troops, deployed them to Los Angeles. And the reason was he was citing the mostly peaceful protest against immigrations and customs enforcement raids. He declared it to be a rebellion or a danger of a rebellion under Title 10 of the U.S. Code. That particular statute permits the president to federalize state National Guard units in case of invasion, rebellion, or when federal laws cannot be executed, cannot be enforced. In addition to that, he ordered 700 U.S. Marines to L.A. Gavin Newsom, of course, opposed the deployment. He argued that it was unnecessary, violated state sovereignty, and risked escalating tensions. Everybody's worried about escalating tensions. So California, supported by, people like the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, they filed a lawsuit to challenge the legality of Trump's action. And the U.S. District Court on June 12 issued a temporary restraining order that directed Trump to return control of the California National Guard to Newsom by June 13. I think that was completely wrong. Then the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a temporary stay against the lower court. It was a 3-judge panel. I'm trying to remember. I think there were 2 Trump appointees and 1 Biden appointee. So what they did was they paused the temporary restraining order, allowing the court to go ahead and proceed with the cases at the case at the trial level, but lifting the temporary restraining order, allowing Trump to go ahead and deploy the National Guard in the interim. Then there's some maneuvering going on with the scheduling and everything else. But eventually, the Ninth Circuit last week on June 19 allowed the president to retain control of the California National Guard while the lawsuit proceeds. Now, I just want to emphasize that because procedurally what's happened is the lower court tried to restrain Trump from deploying the National Guard, issued a temporary restraining order in advance of having an injunction hearing. The Ninth Circuit took the federal government's case on appeal and overruled the lower court and said, no, this is not worthy of a restraining order, a temporary restraining order, or an injunction. You can proceed on the merits of the case, but you can't stop Trump from doing that. So the 4,000 National Guard troops remain under federal command, deployed in L.A. to protect federal buildings and to protect the ICE agents, amid these stupid protests going on. I just want to emphasize that the Ninth Circuit, in that unanimous decision, gave at least some indication that they might uphold it, which I believe they should. Now, the Ninth Circuit's decision is not a final ruling on the merits of California's lawsuit. It's just an extension of the stay on Breyer's temporary restraining order, which is a way of saying you can't do that now. You can have a trial, but you can't stop Trump from doing it while the trial is pending. So that means the legality of Trump's federalization and the Guard's activity could still be challenged in the ongoing litigation, and I'm sure California will do that. But the court did not rule on the Marines deployment or whether the Guard's actions, like, going along with the ICE agents, that somehow that violates the Posse Comitatus Act, which prevents the use of federal troops on federal soil to enforce laws. Now, those issues could be addressed in future hearings and even potentially in front of the same judge, Judge Breyer, or eventually make its way to the Ninth Circuit. But I just want you to think about California's position. Because Governor Newsom and the Attorney General, Rob Bonta of California, they just keep pursuing the lawsuit, arguing that Trump's actions are unlawful and authoritarian. Well, first of all, that's the language they use in their lawsuit. Now, to claim that something's unlawful in a lawsuit is fine by me because, okay, well, show us where the statute is, show us where the case law is, and show us where he's going against the statute or the case law. But to argue that it's authoritarian, that's a political issue. The court should throw that argument out on its face. Now, unfortunately, 18 other states, including the dumbass Attorney General in Colorado and a bunch of other local officials, have joined in that lawsuit, filing their amicus briefs, because they all view the deployment as an overreach. Now Johnson, I think, may have been 1965. Lyndon Johnson federalized the Alabama National Guard. He was trying to protect the civil rights demonstrators because, George Wallace was, clamping down on them. 48% of Americans, according to a Reuters Ipsos poll, 48% of Americans support the use of the military. 41% oppose it. But regardless of the poll numbers, this is just a plain reading of Title 10 lets the president make the decision whether there's an emergency, and he can federalize it on his own volition. It's up to him. I'm sick of the courts interfering in there.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Are you tired of the stock market roller coaster? How much money can you afford to lose in your retirement accounts? I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. I want to tell you about the Guaranteed Income Account, a retirement plan that offers a 15% bonus, long-term care benefits, and guarantees you'll never lose any principal. If you have an old 401k or just want to diversify into a retirement account that is guaranteed never to lose money, check out mymoneymyway.com. That's mymoneymyway.com.
It's Henry Bretz with Excel Roofing. If your home was in a hail or windstorm, you should call Excel Roofing first. We'll let you know if you have damage and if you should file a claim. 303-761-6400. Excel is Martino's favorite roofer. Honest inspections, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
We're on top of it.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coating and their transformation, like your neighbor Mike.
Well, the local company that we used first was highly recommended by people in our neighborhood. We did not know until after it didn't work on our floor. It just healed up like a cheap suit. And so my wife says, we got to do something. And so she started looking around on the internet and she found Galaxy.
Lots of styles to choose from, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
We got Galaxy out here. They got here at about 8 o'clock o'clock in the morning and they finished up at 6 o'clock that night. Other than having a beautiful garage floor, you couldn't tell they were here. Just did a wonderful job on it.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings works for any area like patios, garage floors, driveways, and around pools.
Still looks fantastic, and anybody that visits our house, that's all they want to talk about. I mean, they just can't believe how nice the garage floor looks.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook, GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
For plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, think Plumline Services with quality brands like Carrier. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I use Plumline in my home. Service professionals, 25 years strong. On a mission of excellence, character, and ethics. Castle Rock to Fort Collins since 1998. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. No phone call, no hassles. PlumlineServices.com.
Service at home, service at heart. Plumline Services.
Forging ahead together drives Colorado's pioneering spirit. At Chevron, we donate funding and volunteer thousands of hours in support of the communities we call home. We also employ our neighbors to deliver the energy needed as the state's largest oil and natural gas producer. All to help improve lives in our shared backyard. That's energy in progress. Visit colorado.chevron.com.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
This report is sponsored by Starbucks.
We've got sunshine to get you started for your Monday. A cool down is finally here. Temperatures in the mid-70s, but we do have a small chance for storms later on this afternoon. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. 2 days after the U.S. attacks rocked Iranian nuke sites, Wall Street stock markets and oil markets are not yet rocked. Stock indexes are higher. The price of oil was up, then settled back down. Analysts say investors are watching for Iran's response. In Tel Aviv, ABC's Ian Pannell.
Iran's supreme leader at the moment is not threatening the U.S., but others inside Iran absolutely are. They say that President Trump took a gamble and there will be retaliation.
Iran's foreign minister is in Moscow to meet with President Putin. Between Texas and Maine, about 150 million Americans are under heat alerts for today, with hot, humid, uncomfortable nights. Forecasters expect many record highs could be broken today. The Texas Republican governor, Greg Abbott, has vetoed a measure passed by the Republican-controlled state legislature that would have banned gummies, drinks, and other treats laced with the main ingredient of marijuana. This is ABC News. In his first broadcast interview since being released from 104 days of detention by federal immigration police, Columbia grad student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil has spoken exclusively with ABC News. The Trump administration claims Khalil is pro-Hamas and created an environment of harassment toward Jewish college students.
They try to portray me as a violent person. They try to portray me as a terrorist, as some lunatic, but not presenting any evidence, not presenting any shred of credibility to their claims.
Watch for these. The largest digital camera ever built released its first shots of the universe today, including colorful nebulas, stars, and galaxies. They come from the Vera Rubin Observatory located on a mountaintop in Chile, built to see deeper into the night sky. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that 4-year college degree we typically look for.
Right.
But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and given it your all.
Thanks.
You've been an important asset to the team, but I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely.
Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to grads of
KHW News Time, 10:03.
A man is facing kidnapping charges after allegedly trying to take an 8-year-old girl from a Safeway store on Kipling Parkway in Jefferson County. Deputies say Bradley Wilson approached the girl and her grandmother, placed his hands on the child and asked, "May I borrow your child?" before trying to leave with her. The girl escaped and Wilson fled the store, only to return moments later and try again before being forced out. He was later arrested along Highway 285 and charged with second-degree kidnapping. After highs in the upper 90s the past few days, temperatures will be a little bit more seasonal along the Front Range this week, and some rain is in the forecast as well.
Temperatures are only going to be in the mid to upper 70s. We do start off with sunshine, then we've got a few storms on the way for later on this afternoon and this evening. Overnight down to the 50s, and then Tuesday we've got a chance for possibly some severe weather here in the metro area. Highs will be in the low 80s.
Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burr says it will warm back up to the upper 80s and lower 90s later this week. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
Yeah, if you're heading into the foothills along I-70, we're seeing those slowdowns due to construction at the bottom of Floyd Hill through the Veteran Memorial Tunnels, mainly westbound, but we're seeing some slowing eastbound. It's not closed right now for rock scaling. We'll keep you updated on that situation. Pena's running a little heavy coming out of the airport from Tower back to I-70. 270 a little busy west up to Vasquez, and I-25 south coming into downtown seems to be bunching a little bit. No serious delays. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons, practical advice, and inspiring examples to live by as I sit with celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival
presented by Capital One
is coming back to Las Vegas.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there
for a weekend full of superstar performances, never before seen collaborations, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hail damage? Get help now with the exterior home professionals at Genesis Total Exteriors. They do roofs, siding, stucco, windows, decks, and more. So everything can be handled by one trusted company. One estimate. Think smart. Think GenesisTotalExteriors.com. On my referral list for many years. At referrallist.com or GenesisTotalExteriors.com. 303-679-8509. 679-8509.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. Enter it now at KHW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHW.
care. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino here. Let's talk about what we can do for you. This is the show that solves problems, answers questions, takes complaints, and makes your life a little easier. And I do have Marc Mager with us, along with Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Brian's in the studio, along with Deputy Doc and Bo. Welcome, one and all. Thank you for being here. And Brian decided he'd rather be with ugly people than bask in my radio glory here at the ship here. So,
oh, Lord.
Brian, it's okay. You wanted to be... Brian heard they have better pizza at the studio. By the way, welcome. And Brian, we'll be doing insurance checkups today. And insurance checkups are where you get your declarations page and you look at what coverage you have. And you look to see if you're paying too much. Or maybe you're underinsured. Maybe you are. And so, Brian, I have a text right off the bat from a high net individual. And this individual, high net worth individual, says, I have an umbrella policy because I've always heard you should insure for your net worth. First and foremost, Brian, before we move on, would you explain why people should insure for their net worth and not just for a sensible amount?
Well, whenever you get into, and the most common time you see an umbrella come into play is after an auto accident. So if you get into an auto accident, you injure someone, and you are, let's say you have a net worth of $10 million and you have a $1 million umbrella. If they feel like they can get more than that, they're going to sue you for a larger amount. Your insurance company is going to settle for the $1 million, and then they're out of it. And at that point, you have to get your own attorney, and you have to protect yourself for the remaining amount. So you just want to make sure that you have an umbrella that would be, close to your net worth, so that if you do get sued, your insurance company is going to be able to stay with you through the whole thing.
Yeah, you don't want to be an attractive target, or you want to have insurance be a more attractive target than you are. So they're willing to take insurance and move on.
Right. And you want your insurance company to stay in the game. In other words, if they're on the hook for $5 million or whatever, the greater the amount, the less likely they're just going to settle. They're going to make sure they kind of carry you through the lawsuit. But I thought
when insurance settles with the other party, I thought they make them indemnify you for the future.
They sure try to, but that's not a guarantee. So, I've seen it many, many times where an insurance company settles because they know that they're going to be paying way more than whatever the amount is that you have for insurance. And they'll say, you know what, here's your $50,000 if that's what you have, or whatever that amount is. We're out. And at that point, they don't indemnify them, and they can still come after the customer.
Now, while we're on the air, and you do it all the time, but while we're on the air, we like to highlight insurance checkups. So if you're a home or business, either one, commercial or residential, and you want to get your insurance reviewed, it'll take just a few minutes. You don't have to stay on the phone while they do it. They just take your information, and then they call you back. You can call directly to the help center, or to them. 303-996-9000. And then you can call us as well, 303-996-9000. I want to start with Dawn and Dale right now. They were working with Deputy Doc, and I believe the problem had to do with AutoNation. Doc, can you recap that problem? It had to do with a 2013 Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? 108,000 miles. And
right.
They bought it for $16,000 with a warranty, and after 46 miles, the engine light came on. AutoNation has had it for 2 months.
Well, if you remember, I tried to get in touch with AutoNation, and I couldn't do it.
Three times. So three times you were hung up on. You were hung up on.
Right. So Friday, I physically went down to the AutoNation dealership on Arapahoe Road. And it turns out that they don't know their butt from their elbow, but there are two places, two different service areas. One is for Subarus that are brought there, and another one is for other makes of cars that are brought there for repairs. And apparently there's a secondary lot where the car was. So they got in, as far as I remember, they got in touch with Dawn and Dale, and then they were going to let me know what happened. So what happened when they got in touch with you guys?
Yeah, so give us the latest, Dawn and Dale.
From them.
Okay.
My dad went down on Saturday himself and ended up getting banned from the property.
Banned from the property. How do you get banned from the property?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
He kind of made a scene.
Yeah, that's
He
what
was
I
probably
thought.
pissed.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
but wait a
he got
minute. Let me talk to him. Dale, how did you get banned? All you had to do was go down and say, we're working with the Martino Show. Did you find the vehicle yet? How did that escalate into you getting banned? Tell us what happened, step by step. You show up. Who did you talk to first?
I didn't talk to anybody first. I went straight to the showroom and asked for everybody's attention. I was pissed.
I like this guy.
Now, what do you mean? How did you get everyone's attention?
Because I announced over the showroom, can I please have everybody's attention?
Oh, my God. Okay, I get you now.
I know you guys are here to buy a car or truck or something, but do yourself a favor, turn around, walk out, and never come back.
Oh my God!
That's how I started.
But why didn't you first see? Why didn't you first see if Doc's conversation did any good?
Because all the people were there, and I know it wasn't going to. It didn't do anything.
But Dale, you knew your car was in the secondary lot. Did you go over there?
No.
Okay. So anyway, after you made this announcement, I'm just curious, Dale. I'm curious. When you made this announcement, I am very curious, by the way, because what Dale did is not illegal or wrong in many people's eyes, and he's pissed off. But what I want to know, Dale, is when you were making the announcement, did anyone leave?
No.
So
I could tell,
no one listened.
nobody left.
No one listened to you, really. So did anyone come and try to stop you from talking?
Yes. Then the managers came over and told me that I have to leave.
Okay,
And I
and of
kept
course
going with my
you do have to leave if they ask you to leave. Otherwise, it's trespass.
Yeah. And he said, I'll call the cops on you. I said, I don't care. So I guess somebody called the cops, and the cops came over. By that time, I was walking outside, okay, because I knew I needed to leave.
Sure.
So I started walking outside, and there was 3 people that were kind of starting to walk in, and I stopped them and started talking to them. I said, "You guys gonna want to buy a car here?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "Do yourself a favor, turn around and walk away."
Okay, so
And
then
I
what?
explained to them what happened to us.
Yeah.
I explained to them what happened to us. Didn't make any difference to them. They walked right in.
By the way, just
People
so
are
you
something
know,
else.
the problem wasn't so much the problem with you. It's not like the Auto Nation did anything wrong. If you had something wrong with a used car as is, it could have been, and then if you had the warranty, that was all a separate issue. They didn't really do anything wrong in the beginning. What happened that made it wrong is that they started ignoring you and you didn't know where the hell your car was. So it's kind of a weird situation. Okay, so on your way out, you talked to another couple who walked in, and then what happened then? To keep going.
Well, the police were there.
Yeah.
And they said I was going to have to leave. And so I said, okay. And he asked me for my ID. I gave him my ID. And the managers were out there by then. And the police asked, "You need this guy to leave?" And I said, yes. Or they said, yes. So I went ahead and left at that point. But another thing I wanted to mention to you, the car did not ever overheat. Okay? I think you were under the assumption it did overheat.
No, I was never under that assumption. I said the dealer said the warranty won't cover it because it overheated.
Yeah, it did not. It never, and I was with Don the entire time.
No. Listen, these extended warranties, I want to tell you something, Dale and Dawn. We're with you. The problem is they make it almost impossible because you're fighting and you can't afford to. They basically turn down the warranty claim. These warranties suck. They simply said, sorry, we're not covering it. It's overheated. All right, then what do you do? So, but the real problem now is getting your damn car back. Let's say you want to get your car back and get it checked by someone. Where is your car?
Well, as far as I know, it's on the lot. That's what.
Do you know? Did you see it? Did you see it when you were there?
No, I did not. Did your guys see it at all?
Did you go to the secondary lot where they told you your car would be?
No, I didn't go anywhere.
Now,
when I spoke to you on Friday,
I thought you'd seen it.
No.
When I spoke,
no, he was told it was in a secondary lot. We don't have to go over it, Doc. We don't have to go over it. We know what they said. They said it's at the secondary lot. Here's the deal. Maybe Dawn.
Why didn't Dale go there?
Well, I don't know why Dale didn't go there.
I'm asking him
because he wanted to make a scene.
To raise hell.
He wanted to raise hell.
To make a scene.
He's admitting it. My hat's off to Dale. He's not trying to hide. He's saying, look, these people did him wrong. He wants people to know. He wants people to know. Which AutoNation is this? I want to get it specifically.
It's the Arapahoe. It's the
okay,
AutoNation Subaru on Arapahoe Road.
Okay. I mean, look, you got to give him credit. This is something in the early days Mark would have done as an individual before he became on the radio. This is exactly. I remember one time when Mark not first started, but he started on the radio with me. He went to an auction where a guy was auctioning off stuff. And this guy had been known to take stuff, auction it off, and keep the money. Mark, do you remember that?
Yeah, he kicked me.
You were on the auction, and this guy starts auctioning, and Mark yells out. What did you yell out?
I don't. You know what? We're thinking of two different ones. You're thinking of one in the 90s.
In
I
Parker.
thought that was
in Parker.
Yeah, that was in Parker, man. That was forever ago.
I know it. I
don't remember, but that was a live auction.
And you yelled, "Don't buy from this crook" or something. It was
it was so crazy.
It was very. Anyway, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
DiscountBath.com. I'll tell you what. You want a beautiful bath, you want to pay less, but you want top quality, and you want a price without them coming to your house, and you want people that really care. DiscountBath.com. We know Chris and his team. They're good people. They believe in the discount. They really do. Now, listen, I'm not sure how they do it, but I know that if you compare them to others, you will find substantial discounts. And you can upload your video with your smartphone and get a price. So go to discountbath.com to start. Fill out some information, get an upload link, and then walk around with your smartphone. Video. Say, hey, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do this. I want to do that. Just like informally. Upload it. They'll take a look, and they have special software that can get you pricing. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. It says it all. They're a retirement planning center. Most of that plan has to do with income during retirement, for which they believe in annuities. So be prepared for that. Not that it's bad. It's just that that's one of their main items, fixed indexed annuities for taking a nest egg and putting it into an account that will produce guaranteed income to you. They also do other things as well. If you want to know what they do, simply ask them. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They're happy to discuss all elements of your retirement, including long-term care and your estate plan and all of that. And they have referrals for all of it. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty.
Okay, how do we... Come on over here, bro. Oh, nearly perfect. Just enough to get my ass kicked again, brother.
When does that count? What have you been up to, Brian? Anything cool?
Not a whole lot.
Weren't you just traveling somewhere?
Yeah, I was up in the mountains.
Oh,
is all for like 4 days. Went up with my brothers. We do it once a year. We have a place in Copper.
Oh, cool.
So we go up there every year and we do golf and ATVs. It's just me and my three brothers, so no kids. So
you do it every year.
Every year we do it. Yep. We
Are you the youngest, or what do you fit in the?
I'm the youngest. Yep.
Oh, that's good.
But yeah, we call.
Hi, Tom Martino here. WaterPros.net. The best water systems, the lowest prices. Get rid of microplastics. I want to bring something up. This is really important. There are now class action suits being done about plastics against bottle manufacturers. What I don't understand is how they find an individual defendant or who the defendant is. But in any case, class actions are popping up about bottled water. And then the government, the EPA, has this ongoing research for standardization of methods. They're going to start imposing restrictions on plastics and water. So keep that in mind. And if you want to get them out of your drinking water, around $1,200 reverse osmosis, waterpros.net. And you'll never get a price like that. Now, listen, we just, what do we do, Mark? What do we do about this problem, really? What do we do? I mean,
well, he's got to get his car back, so that's number one. I'm not quite sure how he's going to do that at this point. Maybe have the wife go down or a friend go down, pick up the car.
I believe
or
Dale's his daughter.
Pick it up and get it somewhere else.
Okay.
I mean, that's what he's got to do
Dawn,
and get it fixed.
Dawn's his daughter. Okay. So, Dawn, here's what I want you to do. I want you to call and say nothing but this. You simply want to pick up your car. Just talk. Don't talk about any issue. Just say, look, I want to pick up the car. And certainly, Doc, maybe you can make another call. And let's right now just get the car. Let's just get the car. I personally think it's not going to be covered anyway, no matter what. I just don't think it's going to be covered. Let's go to Lori now. Lori, welcome to the show. You want to call about a guy that's already on the Sleaze Brigade. By the way, I have updated the Sleaze Brigade, and I added that one guy at the speed shop. What's the name of that shop again, Mark? That guy is such a clown.
Something Cat. What is it? Speed Cat?
Yeah, Go Cats. His name's Eric Brown.
Eric Brown.
Good old Eric Brown.
Yeah, he's
took
on there.
$7,500 7 years ago.
Oh no, that's not the only one. Oh my God, Mark, that's just one of many. In any case, Lori, did you find out after you got ripped off that this guy was on the Sleaze Brigade? What happened? Tell us your story, Lori.
Yeah, after the fact.
So what did you use him for? He's a mobile mechanic.
Right. I had just got back from Colorado. My first day back to work, he approached me because I had kind of been looking for a generator for my camper van. He approached me and tells me he found me a camper van or he found me a generator.
Well, what do you mean he approached you? What do you mean he approached you? First of all,
we worked together. He got hired where I work.
Where does he work?
He got fired.
At the Tanque Verde swap meet. He was only there about 2 months.
Oh, okay.
He scammed like 5 of us while he was there.
Oh my God. The guy he just can't do anything honestly. So you were working with him.
Well, yeah, I wasn't working by his side.
No, I understand.
But yeah, we worked. He's there, and he was kind of a boss for the grounds. So he got to know everybody. Well, so he tells me about this great generator that he bought off this guy, took it off the RV. He said it'll be great. It's $400. And he'd charge me $200 to put it on.
God.
I'd say, okay. He shows me a picture. I pay him $300. And then he comes and tells me, well, you're going to need a switch plate, and that's another $300. So now, we're up to $900.
Oh, my God. Well, and this is for a generator.
Right. And an Onan 3000.
Oh, we're talking about one of those big. So you're talking about the whole house generator.
Right.
For how much? Wait a minute. How much?
He said he got it off of an RV that the guy was getting rid of the RV.
Mark asked how much total? How much total?
I paid him $800.
Well, that's a lot of red flags.
Yeah, because that's cheap, actually.
Right. Well, I'm not the only one.
Do you got an updated phone number on this bum? This guy's a real piece of work.
I got his phone number. I got his ad.
Hey, Kelly, let's reach out. Let's show him how far our reach goes, because this guy sucks.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Want his phone number?
Yeah, we want a phone number.
Okay, let me give it. I got to look it up. He's in my contacts.
So what's he telling you now? Pound sand? What's his?
Did he do anything at all for the money?
He tried to. He took my tire off underneath there and said, "Well, it won't fit with the generator." He took it off.
It won't fit with the generator.
Put it back on.
Yeah. Hey, is that Mark? Do you have an Onan or do you have a bigger one? Onan makes big ones.
No, mine's what's the other big brand? The green one.
Generac.
No, it's not Generac. It must be Onan.
I thought Onan was the green one.
Yeah, whatever the green one is.
Yeah, Onan's like the one that you hook up like underneath your RV or your camper van that runs right with your gas line.
No. Okay, so what's his phone number? Did you find his phone number?
Yeah, it's 520-739-4109.
Does it still work?
As far as I know, as of a week ago, it did.
And you're saying that he ripped off how many people at work?
On Jasmine, her truck broke down and it was out of town. And he told her if she gave him $300, that he would have it towed and fix it for her.
So he got $800 from you, and how much did he get from all the other people?
He got $300 from Jasmine. He got $700 from Isaiah. He's got a car from Isidro. I told Roberto his car's not where he lives. I know Isidro's car. It's not there.
This guy,
I don't know what he did with the car. And from work, he stole power tools and a generator. My boss said, "Did you see the generator?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "What color is it?" I said, "I saw two. There's a red one and a black."
Oh my God, this guy's just a crook. What a crook. Mark, isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing how our sleaze brigade just finds the right kind of people? And what I mean is they always resurface doing ripoffs. You would think that they would change.
No, they never change.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's figure out what we can do to get this guy. We'll have Kelly reach out. Plus, we'll do more right after this on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. Don't forget the Extreme Clean Check from Fix It 24/7, $39 for your AC, $39. With the heat here, you need this. It's a clean check and tune for just $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
Yeah, we're not looking too badly here in the city. Pena is still running a little heavy coming out of the airport. 270 west through Vasquez and I-25 south coming into downtown around Spear or so. A little sluggish, but everything else seems to be pretty much wide open. Construction along Highway 85 north heading up into Brighton near Bromley Lane, and there's a little project up north, northbound 25 at Highway 7 that's slowing traffic. Of course, in the foothills, we're still jamming a little bit at the bottom of Floyd Hill, but it's not closed. Just watch for those restrictions heading to or even from Idaho Springs. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons, practical advice, and inspiring examples to live by as I sit with celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
SheridanAutotech.com can check out your used car before you have a problem, before you even buy it. They can do it. It's like $120 for 2 hours. They're great people. Plus, they do other maintenance repairs on your car. Even cars under warranty, they can do your regular maintenance. These are people I know and trust for many, many years. You can too. Honesty, integrity, value, convenience, everything you want. 303-455-7242. SheridanAutotech.com. Hey, I like theartofgranite.com. Do you want to know why? Because they give you prices on the phone, but I like them for more than that. They do quality. Mitch Floria and his team want to be the best, and that's why they offer prices on the phone and offer the best deals around, whether it be granite or any stone or any countertop material. Call them. Tear out and haul away is always free. Wholesale on all countertop materials. And incentives like free backsplashes or edge treatments or sinks or maybe free bathroom granite when you do the kitchen. Call them for more. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
Man, I hope your X better than your S?
Boy, they're really equal, man. It's like kind of driving the same car. One you sit way up higher in. I kind of like sports car.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that X I love. I mean, I love driving it.
That X is so freaking
Don't
beautiful.
Push your button, it drives you, right?
Yeah.
It is so beautiful.
But it drives just as. They both drive the exact same on autopilot.
Yeah.
Well, actually, mine's smarter because it knows my routes better.
Okay, because you've been using it for so long.
Yeah, it's very intuitive. Like I noticed today, mine doesn't get in this one right-hand lane.
I don't think
until after a right-hand
for this
turn,
guy.
where the other
I'm
one
just
still
gonna
does.
nix him.
But it'll learn.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, S, like I said, I've been waiting to do it till this refresh. Now I realize it's another year, so I'm probably just going to get the new one and just go keep it.
What are you driving now?
2010 Toyota truck.
So just keep driving that.
No, I'm saying I'll get the new.
Hey, Brian.
Oh, I'm not gonna wait. Who knows? It could not come next year.
Brian.
You know what I mean?
No, let me see. Man, too bad it doesn't have that.
Is there a waiting list, Brian, on that car?
No. On the S?
Yeah.
Sorry, nobody's listening. Well, I'm listening. And
No one loves me. No one loves me.
Very accurate.
I would probably do the plaid.
Yeah, I think.
Actually, it's kind of a weird thing. Everybody loves you, but nobody respects you. Isn't that a weird?
Or just the other way around.
Oh, that's right. Would you rather be feared or loved?
I don't know if they have it over at Kelly over I just wanted to see that.
It's a good question.
Before I buy it.
Yeah, I might grab a water or something. What's a water, Mark?
I got one, thanks.
Brian, you want anything? Water?
I'd take a water, thank you.
A cold one? Or?
Cold, please. Thanks, Buff.
You all right, Doc?
I'm good, thanks.
What are you looking at?
Well, now it's like only 130 miles per hour unless you get the plaid.
Right.
And then the plaid.
It's like 199 or something.
149.
149 is the max? It's just the 0 to 60 is 1.99.
Yeah, that's so weird though. Like mine is 149.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
mine's
is it?
Not the plaid.
Now, I like the exterior for the plaid more than I do the regular on the new one. Yeah, it's kind of a neat color.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
They didn't have any plaids in the inventory whenever I was looking. New.
Oh, okay. Kelly is here for her. Let's have you bounce that off of Kelly and see what the deal is. Hang on.
I was gonna say maybe you might as well if you could.
No idea.
Get the plaid, get everything you wanted.
Yeah.
And the older one.
Right.
And you had free supercharge.
You notice the echo has
I'm
been-
sure they will pick
Right,
up on that.
because there's not enough of a difference.
Caller, I'm not walking on the caller.
In fact, the older plaid goes 200 miles per hour.
Yeah, so it's actually slower now.
Yeah, which trust.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Lori. So she had this guy, Bill Van Alstine, mobile mechanic, rip her off. Several people at work. The guy's been on my sleaze brigade for years. She didn't know that. She happened to work with him. And do you know where he went, Lori, after he got fired from there, or did he quit? Did he get fired or quit?
I think he resigned when he realized it was getting heavy because people wanted their money back. And the boss was questioning him on the generator and power tools that were gone. And, like, he would take money out of the cash box to go get, like, a battery for the golf cart and then never come back with the battery and then tried to say someone saw him put it in. Well, that never happened.
Wow.
So he pocketed that money too.
Golly. So anyway, what plan do you have? Do you know where he is?
Yeah, we all filed with the sheriff's department.
Wait. Did you just say he got a job with the sheriff's department?
No, we filed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Those of us, we filed a report. We all had to write out a statement, and we've got a case number against him.
Okay.
For some reason, I took a picture of where he lives is out in the desert on dirt roads with no signs. If you don't know how to get there, it's hard.
But you found, so you can serve him now.
Right. Well, so I had taken pictures also of the post out on the road of the numbers for that area back there.
Where does he live?
Like,
Where does he live? What area? Just in general, what area?
west of Tucson.
West of Tucson. Okay. So this guy is in just, man.
Near the Tucson Estate, off of 86, off of Bob Road, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Now, his phone number still works, do you know?
My boss told me I shouldn't talk to him at all.
No.
But a week ago, it was still working.
Kelly, did you try that number?
I did, yes, and I left a message.
Okay, so it was a working number. I want everyone to leave a message. I want you to let Bill Van Alstyne or William Van Alstyne know that we know about him.
He goes by Michael out here.
He goes by Michael?
Yeah, out here.
He's listed as Michael.
On the Sleaze Brigade, he's listed as Michael, right?
Yeah. His picture on your Sleaze Brigade, he looks a little bit younger, a lot younger, actually.
So he's way older than that picture. I got to get an updated picture. Hey, let's, Deputy Suze or Executive Producer Suze, she is good at finding pics of people. Maybe we can have her dog this guy out and get a pic, an updated one.
He still looks the same. He just looks older.
Yeah.
And his hair is longer.
Okay. You know, it's really too bad. I wish we got to somehow push out this Sleaze Brigade more and get people looking at it. It's got pretty good rankings, SEO rankings, but we got to really get people to look at this more. I know one time when Mark found, or a couple times, he finds people in a certain category and he goes out and actually in social media and pushes it to specific audiences that will come across it because they need those services at the time. And I think that's a really good way of doing it too. 303-713-TALK. Lori, right now, other than getting the word out, I'm not sure there's much we can do for you. And thank goodness I know this sounds crazy, but you're only out 800. Only.
I agree. I've lost more than that in the past.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Well,
I'm not going to stress over it.
Well, thank you for letting us know, though. We're going to make a note of this, and I'm going to update that. I want to go to Arzi right now. I hope I'm saying the name right. Arzi? Arzi?
You did say
yes.
it right.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me what's going on with you, Arzi?
Well, I lost my sister, Cosetta. I lost my mother, Thelma. I lost my dad.
Oh, I remember this one. I remember this. We had a question for Dan McKenzie, and we got him on. Arzi has one sister and two half-brothers. His mom and oldest sister both recently passed away. He became their personal representative, but you were removed due to alleged improprieties. So that pretty much sums it up. Of course, you don't agree that you should have been removed. And I wanted to ask Dan McKenzie a couple general questions first. Dan McKenzie Law, thank you, by the way, for being here, Dan. We appreciate it always. He's an estate, an attorney who can help you in Colorado, and I'll give out his contact information after this. How does someone get removed as a personal representative?
Somebody, a beneficiary or maybe a creditor, would have petitioned the court and said that he needed to be removed.
Now, do they have to have proof, or do they just not like the guy, or how does that work?
I mean, I think the court, this is really an equitable situation where the court is going to try and do what's best. But yeah, they need to bring forth something saying, look, he's not doing the job, or he's it's often the most common actually complaint is that the person is just not acting diligently and with enough speed. Did he tell you what the basis was for the removal?
Yeah, what exactly did they say you did? RZ?
They said that I stole from the estate. And they said a number of other things, and I probably shouldn't report on the air.
Well, we don't know names really of deceased or counties or anything. I mean, that's up to you. You don't have to. But in general, do they have any actual paper trail for this money?
They don't have a drop. Everything that they got is a damn lie.
Well, okay, give me an example of one of the biggest lies that they have that you say is a lie. What is it?
Well, they said that I stole my sister's truck. It's sitting out here in my driveway where it's always been sitting. I had to run it down and locate it.
Well, just out of curiosity, man, let's just stick to this truck. So where was it, and why'd you go get it, and why did you bring it to your house?
Because my oldest sister passed away.
And?
The last time I saw her, she asked me to get her truck.
Okay. So before she died, she told you to go get her truck when she dies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. She just wanted me to go get the truck. We weren't expecting her to die.
Okay, got it. And so you were using the truck before she died.
No, sir. No, sir. Some other people were using it. Cosetta was a school teacher.
Okay, so other people, I don't want to go on a trail here. Other people were using it, and you went and got it.
Yes.
Okay. And you kept it at your house for how long before she died?
It's still here now.
No, what I meant was, how long was it at your house before she died?
I guess about 2 months.
Okay. Okay.
Month and a half, something like that.
Dan McKenzie, let me ask you this. If someone has property of a deceased person, and they die, are they supposed to like forfeit the property or say, oh, by the way, I have her truck, or what?
I mean, it's up to the personal representative to go get it and just figure out, like, okay, why did you have it? I mean, obviously it could be on loan or just there for storage or whatever else. And then it's still there. So it is true. Personal property, people really underestimate how often that's a problem because of stuff like this, where it's just like it's there. Was it a gift to him previously, or was he really just storing it?
Would that be enough? Would that be enough, just showing that he had her truck? Could that be enough by its appearance to get him removed as a personal representative?
I mean, you get in front of a court, it's like, you really can't predict. That arguably it was, it'd be the smart thing to do, though, right? I mean, you don't want to leave it somewhere where it's unsupervised. I mean, I guess my question for him is, was there a court? Like, there should have been like some sort of hearing that you appeared at and made this case. Did that happen?
Yeah, was there a hearing?
I haven't been to any kind of hearing.
RZ,
well, were you supposed to go to one? Maybe.
RZ, did you? Let's start right from the beginning. Are we talking about being removed from your mom's or your sister's estate?
My mom and my sister's estate.
But there were two separate estates, right?
Right.
Who died first?
Cosetta. No, I'm sorry. My mother did.
Okay, when your mom, hold on, one step at a time. I want to be very basic. When your mom died, did you open probate?
No.
Okay, hold on. We got more coming right up. Hold on.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
Yeah, we're not looking too badly here in the city. Pena is still running a little heavy coming out of the airport. 270 west through Vasquez and I-25 south coming into downtown around Spear or so. A little sluggish, but everything else seems to be pretty much wide open. Construction along Highway 85 North, heading up into Brighton near Bromley Lane. And there's a little project up north, northbound 25 at Highway 7 that's slowing traffic. Of course, in the foothills, we're still jamming a little bit at the bottom of Floyd Hill, but it's not closed. Just watch for those restrictions heading to or even from Idaho Springs. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons, practical advice, and inspiring examples to live by as I sit with celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, Red Rock's Roof and Solar is more than just a company that sells solar systems. They are truly the consummate experts. They know each and every detail of commercial and residential systems, how to get the most out of them, and how to get tax credits. And also grants for commercial operations if you qualify that could pay for the entire project. If you're thinking solar, you must consult redrocksrs.com at least first. redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449. Gravina's has how many lines of windows? 50. Honest to God, 50 brands they represent, plus multiple lines of siding and doors. Here's what they believe in: variety. And they also have heritage, of course. And that is just because Larry took off from his dad and started on 950 West Evans, and now Nick is taking over for Larry. This is a company and a family that's been around forever. Gravina's, Gravina, 303 Gravina, a company we know and trust. You should too. That's 303 Gravina.
Thank you.
Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask a question.
Mother
during the show, but
effer.
I'll tell you what the question is.
Mother effer.
So you think about it. What is the difference, and this is probably really, between MetPay and coverage?
MedPay? Is that what you said? Medical payments?
Medical pay, yeah.
Yeah.
And coverage, and are they separate addendums? Then I want to ask, if you have an umbrella policy, are these riders, if you will, covered?
Okay. Yep, I can answer all
Can I
that.
ask that on the air, Mark, when we get a break? Okay. Just keep it rolling.
Do you see many people saw your video so far?
No, but you know what? I couldn't open it during the show, but my kids.
It's really good.
She sent it to me.
It's really good, Bo. Nobody's listening to me. I'm like out in Never Land. The only one listening to me.
Well, Sue said 2,000. Thank you. How long did it take you to do that?
What's that?
How long did it take you to craft that video?
3 hours or so.
Oh, it did? Well, Mark, it was funny.
So far, there has been. Well, let me look at it.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
And you know something? I was working on a 65
Don't run
Mustang.
off. Hang on.
Same thing about the car battery. I burnt the shit out of my thumb after that and had to go to urgent care.
4,200 people.
No shit. Oh. And then the old lady, I want my damn. And I was actually working on a car and it had a sparking battery. And that was all from that picture that Kelly took. Troubleshooter.com. I sent that to all my relatives. They got a kick out of it.
Let's think about a good lunch today. Yeah, and part of it is a little bit of hunger. Part of it is wanting to keep it up. But no, I would love to. That's really great news. So I'm thinking this thing. Of course, I have styles, but I hate just bombarding you with the same shit over and over. I am such a whatever you call it. I can go on called cycles where I just pizza, barbecue, salads.
You're not online, member.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. K&H Home Solutions for window siding, doors, and more. They also have pros now for painting. KHWindows.com, a company we've known and trusted for 65 years. KHWindows.com. Painting, yes. Okay. Bill has an issue with a bank account, but Dan McKenzie, before we go on with that, I want to go back to this probate issue. And that is, what do we do? What do you do? Usually there's a hearing, and Arzy said there was no hearing. Arzy, when they removed you, they had to have had some kind of a hearing.
Wasn't that one?
You opened probate. And what was your first duty in probate? What did you do?
What? Do what, man?
When you opened probate for your mother, what did you do? What was your first action?
I got an attorney.
And then what?
I got my EIN papers.
Okay. You know what? One of the problems we're going to have, and I'm just going to be straight like I have been lately, Arzy doesn't even understand what the hell's going on, okay? I'd like to ask Dan McKenzie about structure and procedure after this. Forget Arzy right now. Arzy doesn't know what the hell's going on. He doesn't.
Hey.
Yeah. Arzy does not know the time of day. Ask him what time it is.
You're racist.
What? What does that have to do?
You heard
racist? And Mark's right up there with it. Okay, Mark. What now? Tell me how that equates to racist? Because they said he doesn't know what time it is.
Because Shannon said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I, unlike you, take Shannon at his word.
Yeah, to assume that an African American gentleman doesn't know what time it is racist.
Well, guitar is getting hit.
By Iran?
Yep.
Well, they screwed up that
Wait
deal.
a minute. Why would Iran hit Qatar?
Because we have an Air Force base there. They're hitting our base.
Did they hit him with heavy metal? Ha ha. Get it? Guitar? Never mind.
Oh, my God.
Heavy metal, guitar. Oh, man.
It's
They're
Cutter.
just lucky Trump's plane isn't there. The one they
Well, you
gave
knew
him.
they were going to do something.
I am so...
This news is a little behind the scenes.
I just think we should have waited a couple.
What do you mean, behind the scenes, Mark?
Waited for what?
The news playing right now here is saying they might retaliate.
Give them time
basically.
to hide the stuff.
Well, Doc, I don't know, man.
You got it happening now. White House monitoring reports of explosions in
They've been
Qatar.
talking about killing us and killing the Jews forever. Fuck them.
Yeah, but don't you think it would have been better if they actually perfected
No,
it?
they only hit the
We would-
nuclear sites. They didn't have any.
No, you
collateral.
don't want them to have a bomb.
Why the hell?
damage.
Why the hell is this squad sticking
It
up
doesn't matter. They'd use the bomb.
for Iranians?
Having a bomb and having a way to deliver it are two different things. And you need a missile.
I can walk that fucker into Israel from there. I don't feel bad for Iran at all. I mean, they're fucking, all they do is go around saying we want to kill every Jew and death to America. Why the fuck would we even have them on the face of the earth, quite frankly?
Well, not only that, but they're the ones that are funding the Houthis in Yemen that are screwing up all the traffic in the Red Sea.
I agree. I just hope we have damn good proof that they were in the process.
Who gives a shit? What do you mean good proof?
But Mark, look what happened when we did with Saddam Hussein over this the weapons of mass
But this
destruction.
is different.
Looking for the best nutritional supplement science can offer?
There's not one
Look
Arab
no
country.
further than
You know what's amazing to me?
Since 1980, our
they don't
award-winning
wanna
supplements made from the
You know what's amazing to me?
millions
Is that you're playing that audio in
Nobody
the
gives a
background?
shit. Nobody cares about Tom.
Why
are you playing
The
that?
best ways to achieve your
Do I have sound coming over?
Yeah.
news, info.
Sorry. Okay?
doesn't
Okay?
matter.
No,
Nobody-
just, you said
Nobody
to D earlier
cares
that you're at
that we
90%.
bomb
You
their
know
nuclear
that's wrong,
sites,
right?
except
Nobody
China and Russia.
cares.
Nutritional
Those
supplements.
are the only two countries that have said anything.
Can I have some attention? I feel like a kid. I have to do
Russia's
a
not
temper
powerful
tantrum.
anymore. They can't even beat Ukraine.
I'm going to have to do a temper tantrum here.
Yeah,
They're just a paper tiger.
I just think we should have waited.
These little bastages.
My God.
He said he was
Bo,
gonna
we've
wait
been
2
waiting.
weeks.
Obama talked about it in 08. Obama talked about it in 08.
What, bombing Iran?
Well,
They said they cannot have a nuclear weapon in 08, Obama. No matter what.
Well, Bo didn't listen to him because he's black. Bo's racist.
No, they cannot have one. Not that they do have one. Everybody's on the same page there but you. You want them to have one before we bomb. Well, that's insanity.
Well, it's because Bo hates
Well, Mark, if they have one,
Jews.
don't you think the whole world would
Bo's
be...
If they had one, they'd blow up fucking Israel.
I just think delivering it is having it and trying to
Who
deliver
sends a
it.
bunch of fucking raiders in to rape women, bake children in ovens, and kill men and take hostages? Who the fuck does that?
Well, that was
Bo knows.
not the Iranians. I agree. I mean, if they have it or in the process of making it.
I can't believe they sent 6 missiles. If I'm reading that right, I mean, what the fuck kind of response is that?
Well, and they knew it was coming. They shut everything down. They knew it was coming.
It's just got to be like, well, we're going to save face.
There's no. It's exactly.
It's on its way now. Period.
See, and I think Trump
Apparently,
should
I had
say,
a
oh,
blockage
okay,
in
and then
my-
just blow up the whole country.
No, that would create a miasma. But
I know.
bombing a nuclear site, there's not one. If you think it, not one Arab country has publicly said anything against what they did.
No, they try to play the middle road.
No, they just every Arab country does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
I agree, but at the Security Council meeting Sunday, they were all playing the middle ground. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we want peace. No, they don't. They want us to blow the fuck out of them.
Right.
But
And
that's
they're all
not what
going
they
to say
say
the same
publicly.
thing. They're going to say, do they even have it? I mean, that's what the question will always be.
But what country goes around? Can you imagine if everybody in the U.S. went around saying, we want everybody in Mexico to die.
Right.
Drag them to the ocean and drown them.
Right.
Set them on fire. The fuck?
Well, can we still stay in Acapulco when they're gone? But
Yes.
who's going to bring us drinks?
Besides, if they just send a few missiles, they'll intercept them anyway. So it really is.
I know it's ridiculous, 6 missiles. But if they did somehow kill somebody, one of our people, oh, shit. That's a big risk to take, guys.
I think they realize that the U.S. is not going to do anything.
What's the 6 missiles?
No one's listening to good old Tom.
Well, it's because we think it's contagious. Hey, Mark, so we're coming back late because of a contest. Does KRDO care that we're on time at the top of the hour?
Yes,
of course
big
they
time.
do.
Huh, well, it's off.
Kill the contest then.
That's funny. Now that's funny.
Well,
I'm
send
done
me
with
what it
RZ,
is so I
by
can
the
have
way.
Dave kill.
I'm done with
You're
RZ.
very loud, Tom. I can't hear Mark. What's that,
I'm
Mark?
sorry.
Send me whatever you're talking about so I can send it to JoJo and Dave so they pull it out.
I don't know what you send it. I can take a picture, I guess. We're late because of a contest.
Yeah, I'll send it. They'll pull it out. JoJo will for sure.
Well, it can't be pulled out. It's a national contest, so we'd have to adjust some other way.
But you're sending me whatever it is. And
I
what
don't know
is
what
the
to send
delay?
you,
What
but
does the start time mean?
I don't know
With
what
all
to
my
send
heart.
you.
Okay, let me think here. Let me think. I'm going to go to. I have an important decision to make here today, like what to eat.
Yeah, we know.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, that is me. I am here along with Major Marc Mager and the gang back at the studio. I'm at the sister ship, and we are here fighting for you. Welcome to the show. Brian Burns is with us from Compass Insurance Group, and I got to remind you, because we've had so many calls in between, we are doing insurance checkups. So if you call 303-996-9000, their main line, they do insurance checkups all the time, and they have theinsurancehelpcenter.com. But during this show, we like to highlight things that you have in your insurance that maybe you don't need, or maybe you're underinsured, or maybe you need to drop this or add this. And what we do is a checkup, basically, and then see if we can save you money. About 85% of the time we can save you money, but they're honest if they can't save you money. So I just want to know if they have any examples right now. If not, we can move on, because, again, I haven't been promoting it that much. But call 303-996-9000 and say, look, take a look at my coverage. Let me know if I can save some money. Anything going on, Brian?
We have some that are being quoted. I don't have any examples quite yet.
All right, fine. Now, I heard Deputy Bo asking some questions about various types of coverages when it comes to cars, and a lot of people confuse coverages, and I want to make something clear. If you have a new car or a car with a loan on it, you're required to have collision coverage. And collision coverage is obviously for the car itself, collision coverage. So if you have a car financed, you're required to have collision coverage. Now, if your car is not financed or it's older, you may choose to drop collision coverage. And if that's the case, what people are confused about sometimes, uninsured motorist does not cover the car. Is that right, Brian?
Uninsured motorist bodily injury does not, but you can get what's called uninsured motorist property damage. And uninsured motorist property damage would cover the car only for the specific incident where someone hits the car that does not have insurance.
And by the way, that could be a good part of the time, because so many people don't have insurance or are underinsured nowadays. So it's called uninsured motorist property damage. Is that what it's called?
That's what it's called. And just to clarify, though, what people think sometimes will cover them as a hit and run, like someone just hits and takes off, or their car is hit in the parking lot, that is not necessarily a definition of someone being uninsured.
Okay.
So it really needs to be that someone does not have insurance and they hit your car and do damage to it.
Or underinsured.
And then Bo had asked about MedPay insurance.
It would. You got $100,000 car and they only have $25,000 worth. That's
you're
all
insured
you're
motorist
getting?
Property damage. It's not underinsured motorist property damage. It's uninsured motorist.
Yeah, that sounds like a horrible coverage.
Bo had asked about MedPay coverage and what MedPay coverage is, as opposed to a different. What were you comparing, Bo? You wanted to know the difference.
Yeah, I just wanted to know the real difference in definition of medical pay, uninsured motors, and are these separate addendums that go?
Well, first of all, MedPay pays whether they're insured or not. And uninsured motorist coverage, just to summarize this, is for pain and suffering claims only, not for medical bills. Is that right, Brian?
That's a pretty good description. Yeah, medical payments is really there to provide you, and like you said, it's a no-fault type of coverage, so it will pay no matter what, and it's to pay for things like, hospital bills, those kind of things, whereas your uninsured motorist is more to provide you, loss of work, loss of enjoyment, pain and suffering, just like you said. Yep.
Okay, now I want to go back to Dan McKenzie. Dan, we get this all the time. People are a personal representative, and then they're removed. What is the normal? I'm not talking about RZ's case because RZ doesn't understand what happened. He said there was no hearing, and I assure you there was a hearing. And Dan, there was a hearing. He just didn't know about the hearing. Oh, wait, is Dan McKenzie off the line right now?
He hung up.
Oh, Dan.
Trying to get him back.
If you can quickly, that would be fine. Is RZ still on the line? Because what I need for RZ to do is basically give us a case number. So just get a case number from him. Again, people, I want to make something very clear. As an interested party in an estate, when you open probate, you have certain responsibilities. Okay, you must do certain things. One of them is to read the will. Another one is to just take assessment of the property and what the estate owns. And then if you have any doubts, you hire an attorney to help you. There will always be hearings on your capability if any of the heirs or interested parties think you're doing something wrong. I want to move on to another call now. Bill has an issue with a bank account. Hello, Bill. I'm Tom Martino. What's going on with you, Bill?
Good morning, Tom. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you. What's happening?
Well, my wife was found out with brain cancer a couple years ago, and she had laser surgery the 1st of May. But she still got bills that need to be paid, and I'm just trying to figure out how to get into her bank account because I'm not on it, and how to get into it so I can access her account and make these payments.
Bill, is she incapacitated right now?
Yeah, pretty much.
You have to be appointed, basically, her guardian ad litem.
Correct.
Have you been appointed her guardian yet?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then we will need Dan McKenzie again for this one for sure. But Bill, may I ask you a question? She was diagnosed when?
She was diagnosed back in February 23.
Okay. And what, did she have a tumor?
She has three of them in her brain, the 2 in the frontal right lobe and 1 in the back. But they did laser surgery the 6th of May this year to try and relieve that, and it didn't quite go the way we were anticipating.
Did it help at all?
No.
Okay. Is chemo helping at all, Bill?
Well, she's off of chemo. She was doing, what do you want to call it? Some kind of immune therapy is what she was doing. And
it's called immunotherapy.
Right. She was doing that, and
yeah.
She was doing good with that.
Cancer is near and dear to my heart. Of course, obviously, being a cancer right now survivor so far, I feel
you guys should have had a durable power of attorney or something set up prior.
Now, Mark, do you have something set up like that now? Do you have something now in place?
No, we don't have anything set up.
Yeah.
We weren't really expecting this to happen because it was
I know. And that's exactly, by the way, why you have it set up is because you don't expect anything. But we'll get Dan McKenzie back on to discuss what to do now, because there is a procedure that you go through now to get control. Is she with it at all? Does she have her wits about her?
Well, she's in she just got out of the hospital, I'm going to say probably the 13th of June, and they put her in a rehab center.
But is she cognitive, or is she considered incapacitated?
Well, she's not incapacitated, I wouldn't say, because when you can get her to wake up, she will talk to you with a one verbal yes, no, I don't know.
But she really is not. She really is not legally competent, is what you're saying.
Correct. She's just laying in bed right now. She can't even move. I mean, she moves her arms and legs, but that's it. But they're trying to do rehab on her, try to get her back where she can.
Okay, Bill, I'm so sorry.
Really
I am
not aware
so
of what's
sorry you're
going on.
going through this, brother. I'm so sorry. My prayers are with you. Hang on, Bill. We're going to try to get Mackenzie on. I want to remind everyone, Compass Insurance Group is here, and they are doing quotes or insurance reviews of what you have. Somebody has a question for you, Brian, on texting and insurance coverage. They want to know, if your insurance company found out you were texting, would it affect your coverage of anything? If they found out you were texting, could it take away some coverages?
No, it would not. It just like if someone, had made a bad decision to drink and drive and they get into an accident, your insurance still covers you.
Okay,
for that.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That's insurance talk today with Compass Insurance Group. They're doing comparisons at 303-996-9000. Margaret, what's going on with your landscaper, Margaret?
Yep.
Got more coming right up. Hold on.
Discover unparalleled comfort with L&L Heating and Air Conditioning. Your locally
Thank you for
family-owned
that.
experts, proudly boasting an A+.
I didn't know if there was.
Is she gone or is she just
Ability.
not answering?
Who's she? Hang on here. Let's do a thing first.
With qualifying equipment, plus a free humidifier with installation. Financing options available. Schedule your air conditioning full system evaluation and cleaning today for only $59. Visit bestdenverhvac.com. L&L Heating and Air. You'll be comfortable with us.
Let's face it, there aren't many people that give prices on the phone. So why does the Art of Granite do it? Because Mitch Floria said there's no magic here. It's a square foot price for fabrication and installation. Tear out and haul away is always free with them, and they charge wholesale on all countertop materials. So whether it be natural stone or man-made material, the Art of Granite will happily give you a price on the phone. They serve all the mountain communities, by the way, and they're located in Golden, where you can buy wholesale materials all the time in their yard or go elsewhere. Here's the deal. Give them a call, start with a phone call, and you could be as little as 2 to 3 weeks from new countertops. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. High interest debt accumulation is not uncommon right now. There have been people who are using credit cards, okay? Or they've used them and now they got to get out of that high interest debt. High interest debt is a waste. It's an absolute waste of resources. It does no one any good. So you can't build wealth. You can't do savings. It's silly when you have all this high interest debt hanging out there. So American Financing has partnered with me to get people out of high interest debt, and it's very easy. Here's what they're doing. They're taking a portion of your equity and allotting it to pay off that high interest debt. Then you have monthly payments you can manage. You can pay it quicker if you want or on time, but it gives you breathing room. You save hundreds of dollars a month over those minimum payments, and you get out of debt much quicker. AmericanFinancing.net. Please take advantage of this smart equity program. It's the Smart Equity, a line of credit or second on your home for that only of high interest debt. Now, if you need a complete refi, they can do that too. Great people, AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000.
NMLS. Thank you.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Don't the banks have forms that you can fill out? If Bill can get a notary to go to his wife's room and just have her sign it and notarize, wouldn't that take care of adding his name to the account?
Yes, if the notary will do it. If there's serious cognitive impairment, they're not supposed to.
Okay.
By the way,
make sure you get that. Make sure you look at that email and get it on your calendar I just sent you.
You're talking to me, Mark?
Yes, I am talking to you.
I want to ask you something. Why is it that Fetterman, for lack of a better word, was considered retarded until he started agreeing with the Republicans a bit?
Well, no.
He
At one point, he had a medical problem. He was recovering from, I think, a stroke.
What?
He just needs to take a power.
He couldn't talk, man.
He just needs to literally couldn't.
Is that what you're referring to?
Hey,
Tom,
Mark.
you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. Tomorrow at 2, let me just see something. Yeah.
I'm purely going off of what you emailed me.
No, I know.
Oh, okay, good.
So it's right when we get off the air, right?
Yeah, as soon as you get off the air, they're going to email you. Molly will email you a link.
Okay, let me just put that down. Shut up. Who's barking?
Brian.
Shut up. That is
And Mark's
so
telling me to
cute.
shut up.
I love dogs.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I love cats. Where is my cat? I haven't seen it.
No offense.
Did you have any Chinese food lately?
Shut up. Hey. Who is this company, Mark?
Just click the link.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, got it.
I don't know much about. I don't know anything.
Oh, okay. I see it there. Okay, thank you.
Their acquisition. I think they sell businesses, to put it mildly, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked at where.
No, I think it's cool. Yeah.
It's not a hearing for your defamation suit?
Nope, that comes later.
Yay. Yeah, same here.
All you got to do is wait him out on it, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, what does that mean?
Shut up.
What the
I
hell
love
did
him
that
too.
mean?
Turning to the dogs. Shut up.
Shut up, you little bastard.
Kick. Dog punting.
Enhance value. Sell your company.
You said shut up.
Okay. Shut up.
Ooh, U.S. fighter jets take off.
Uh-oh. They took off.
And from a base, I mean, we got the Nimitz right there.
Do you think they have, like, fast food on these bases, like KFC, for example?
Sure. Well, certainly Popeyes. Stand by.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Tom Martino here. You know, life is complicated. Bill, here's the deal. You're going to need to get an attorney's help to get this done properly. You may have to have the courts declare your wife legally incompetent and then have them appoint you in order to do this. Now, Deputy Doc was saying if you could get her lucid enough to sign something in front of a notary, that might work. And by the way, it may work, okay? It depends on how lucid she is. I mean, if she can only utter syllables or short words and her...
Well, she understands when you're talking to her. I mean, you can talk to her and
okay.
she...
Then you may want to try something. You may want to try something as simple as that with a durable power of attorney. But I would call Dan McKenzie. For some reason, Kachina, we're not getting him on the air again, so apparently he's not there. But let me give you his phone number. Dan McKenzie. It's 833. I'm just giving this because it's the easiest one to remember. 833-CO plans. Okay, you just spell that out on the keyboard, and there's one extra. Sure. Okay, so it's 833-CO plans. His website is coplans.co. He can really help you, and he's a good guy for stuff like this because he can do as little or as much as you need him to do. He's just not available right now. I think he had some court or some meetings, some legal meetings. So, in any case, that's a good place to start. Call us with anything else you need, but you may want to try the simple route first. That's a pretty good suggestion, okay? Now I want to talk to Margaret about a landscaper. Margaret, what is going on? What's happening? Let's talk.
Hello, thanks for taking my call.
What's going on?
I did what you said.
Now, you did what I said. Did you call before, Margaret?
No, I have not. But
okay.
I did what you say not to do.
Uh-oh.
And I gave this guy some money up front.
Uh-oh. How much did you pay up front?
$8,445.
Oh,
Did she say
Lord, for what?
8,000?
What was he going to do?
8,400. What was he going to do?
445.
Yeah.
He was going to fence the front of our property.
But why did he need so much money up front?
To finish the job that he had before hers, most likely.
Yeah. He said materials. Okay. So did you get anything for that money at all? Anything at all?
I have 160 holes drilled.
And who did you pay this money to?
The business name is Country Roots Design and Build.
Country Roofs?
Roots, R-O-O-T-S.
Okay. Design and Build.
Design and Build.
Okay.
The guy's name is Chance Weyer. I don't know how to say it. W-E-Y-E-R.
Where? Yeah. Chance. Okay. And how did you find him?
There was a new sign advertising up on the intersection of Delbert and County Line.
And so you see a new sign and you figure what? Let's take a chance. Was it a cardboard sign or a wood sign?
No, it was a metal sign.
Oh,
a lot
okay.
of people put their signs up there.
Okay.
And I had gotten a previous estimate from another company that was so out of line, it was pitiful. So I waited a couple months and then decided to check his prices.
Okay. Now, what does he say about how many holes were drilled?
160.
So it does look like he was attempting to do something. So did you ask about it? When was the last time he was on the job?
The 15th of May.
Oh, my God. And what does he say about it?
Well, now he's ghosting me. He doesn't return messages or phone calls.
Oh, man. Do you know, have you gone online and done any research on this guy?
I did, and there was a couple of bad comments, and then there were a couple of okay comments.
So there's nothing that's glaring that sticks out right now.
Where is he out of?
I think he is out of Deer Trail, but I'm not positive.
Okay, so what do you have there, Deputy D?
Country Roots Design and Build out in Elizabeth.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, do you think that's the same place?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
Well, that's where I am, but he said he moved further out, so I'm guessing it was Deer Trail,
no
but his website.
They don't give a street or a mailing address.
Yeah.
It just says Elizabeth, so.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Does his number still work, do you know?
Yes, I get voicemails.
Okay, let's call right now. Kachina, let's call this guy and leave a really stern message. You know, the Contractors Trust Act, et cetera, et cetera. How many times, people, how many times do we have to hear this? How many times? Why? Why would you give anyone money for nothing? Why? If you're a contractor right now, I am telling you, I'm advising my people, even if you're on my referral list, it doesn't matter. I am personally telling people don't put money down. Now, can you trust people? Some of them you can. I'm not telling you you're going to get ripped off 100% of the time. Of course you're not. There are people on a referral list that probably want money down. I say don't pay money down. That's what I say. Now, there are ways to pay money down in a safer way than others, and at least use those. Mark?
Or if it's a company that you know and trust. I mean, you know, giving Walmart some money down is not a big deal, but giving some Joe Blow $8,000 you never met.
But even people that we know and love, like smaller companies, Mark, the guy gets hit by a truck.
We're vouching for him, though.
Right.
That's fine. People are vouching for him. This is like a complete stranger.
No, you're right. You're right. It just doesn't make any sense.
Was there a contract by any chance?
Yeah. That's a good. Okay, you do have a written contract.
And how did you pay, with a check or credit card?
With a check, because there was a discount for cash.
Of course.
Of course. Okay, hold on, and we'll come right back to you, okay? Well, not right back to you, but we're going to discuss this and more on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Nice.
Oh, this is so terrible.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino.
breaks
Now,
my heart,
Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
Yeah, we're seeing some delays on 270. It's heavy volume heading up through Commerce City, both directions. I-70 west from, it looks like Central Park, and eventually back towards I-25 is heavy, as well as Pena coming out of the airport from Tower back to I-70. We're still jamming on I-70 eastbound as you approach E-470. This is all centered around Colfax. Ongoing construction. We are jamming down Floyd Hill, heading through the Veteran Memorial tunnels, but the highway remains open. If you're heading down to the Springs, I-25 southbound with construction around Larkspur has traffic tied up as well. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons, practical advice, and inspiring examples to live by as I sit with celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, I have a friend who was driving in traffic and somebody really pulled out in front of him and almost caused an accident. And when they came to a parking lot, he went out and he talked to the woman and said, listen, here's what happened. This is ridiculous. Now he promises he didn't do anything threatening. He was accused of assault. You never know when you're going to be accused of anything, or you could run into a DUI or a traffic problem. Here's the thing. You need a defense attorney. Don't ever shop when you're under pressure. I've known Joe Lazzara for more than 30 years. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. Free initial consultations always. And then he will do a flat rate price based on the offense. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. Joe Lazzara.
Fabulous.
They're just trying to save face with
Yep.
it. If they literally only sent a handful, that's insane.
It's just so they can say
I think I might have an idea.
Exactly.
Well, what they risk, though, is one of them gets through, kills one of our servicemen.
Well, I'm not going to surprise you because you have to order.
Yeah,
but you usually
it's
like
the craziest, riskiest play.
Or is that?
Well, that's why it's like they knew it was coming. So did they announce this
Well,
in some
or-
way?
or
it's
eat
like,
around-
okay,
no,
we have
I
to
know,
do
or eat
something.
around
Your
them.
shields are up.
Yes, exactly.
Surprise sounds good.
Okay. I think I know. I think I do.
He thinks he knows that no one's listening when he
I don't think anybody knows.
What he's saying.
I don't think anybody cares.
Right now, he's in the background. He's whispering. He wants to order more
This
tacos.
is nothing. You guys don't remember. You weren't around when the Cuban Missile Crisis was going on, and everybody thought the world was going to go up.
No, I wasn't even born.
I know.
I was there, Doc.
You and I were.
Bo was there going, let them put missiles over there. There's no problem putting them in Haiti. We love Haiti, or not Haiti, Cuba. We love Russia being in Cuba.
Assembled and pointed at us. They were already
That was a hell of a time.
ready to shoot.
Let them bring
That's
them
a
over and
difference.
set them up in Cuba. You know how hard it would be to swim over with a missile on your back?
Yeah, as close as we ever got to scary was the talks breaking down in Reykjavik.
And where?
Reykjavik, Iceland. Gorbachev and Reagan storming out of a meeting.
Yeah, I was barely alive there, though. That was, what, early 80s?
Kennedy called Cuba. Cuba.
Oh.
At 8 years old, I didn't give a shit.
Cuba.
So I went to Costco yesterday to pick up something for the poker game.
Poker what?
I wound up spending $250. Not for the
I'm coming to your poker game.
No, not for the poker game.
Oh.
On other stuff.
On toilet paper.
Gold
go in
bars
there with
and
that.
diapers.
He got the
Did you get
gold
some
bars.
diapers, Doc?
In a big bucket of chicken.
They sell chicken there?
They have those fucking great chickens
Yeah,
for like $4.
Rotisserie, you're talking.
Rotisserie.
All right, Doc.
And
So
their
what did you
ribs are
spend
pretty
your
good,
wad
too.
on?
You ever had the ribs?
Yeah, I had. They're actually not bad.
They're already cooked, you're saying?
Yeah,
They cook
I
them
haven't
in the
had 'em.
same thing they do
Yeah.
the chicken.
And they're pretty
A
good?
rotisserie
Yeah,
rib.
Yeah, they're pretty
Okay.
good.
Just throw 'em
They
in there
are
for
pretty
some-
good, actually. They're like maybe $15 for a rack.
We know you've
I
enjoyed a
bought
wiener
some
or two.
ribeyes for my
a sauce,
kid
would you
and
pick
some New York
barbecue,
strips for myself.
or would you pick no
Ribeyes are
sauce,
just
or
too
would you
fatty
pick
for
honey
me.
mustard, or
What
would you
are?
pick
Ribeyes.
no sauce?
Ribeyes,
I'm
I
a
love
big New
ribeyes.
York strip fan.
I love ribeye steaks, though.
I like
they are very fatty, though. You're right.
So
But you can get a good New York strip. It's just, I think it's as good as a ribeye. Plus, it's not as fatty.
Yeah.
You get prime New York strips, they're out of this world.
I'd take a ribeye over a New York strip.
Yeah.
And I don't like, what are those real tender ones?
All right.
Filet. I'm not big on fillets.
So
I mean,
did you
they're
cook
good,
them up,
but I'd
Doc?
rather have a
What?
ribeye.
Did you cook some up?
No.
You just got them in the freezer ready for your Eric to come
Porterhouse.
over?
Oh, I
Great.
gave
Then
it to
you get
Eric.
the best
I
of
drove,
both
I drove
worlds.
over there and gave it to him.
Well, that was nice of you, Doc.
And then the ones, I just, for me, I take them, I just put them in tin foil, put them in the freezer, and
Oh,
in the
that's
morning
good.
I take one out. By the time I'm ready for dinner, they're all
Here
defrosted.
we go.
Do you cook it on?
Let's
do
just
you have a
make sure
grill
we
or do you
got
put
all
it
I
down?
have a grill, but I just do it. I like pan-seared ones. I
Oh.
do reverse sear method. You know what that
I
is?
love these times
Yeah,
when
is
your
that when you
place
just keep
turns
flipping
into
it
these
over and
situations
No, no,
where
no.
you are
It's
so
the
carefully
best.
ordering lunch.
You put it in the oven
Yeah.
at
It's
200
like planning a missile attack.
with a
Right there.
thermometer. When it gets to be about 150,
You're the man.
When the highlight
You
of
take
your
it
day
out.
is
I know.
ordering
and then
lunch or pizza.
put it in, and you
Okay, so I got
seal it.
that.
It makes me jealous.
Making-
I'm on the
Making sure
stab.
food goes
And
to
then
his
it
other
works
house
great.
or his
You know,
doctor. Or,
Hey,
You know
Tom,
it's
make
cooked.
sure you order it to the right house.
October of 23.
You've never tried reverse searing?
Tom, you checking the address?
Well, I always grill it.
Oh,
If
yes.
you're, if you're in the wintertime or even
I
Go
grill
check
for
out that
5
address. Oh,
outside.
crap.
put it in the oven and you let it
Coming
get to
back.
115, take it out, then you
This is worth. Call Fuller.
Me love you long time. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Michael has an issue with the roofing company. Michael, what's going on with you? Welcome. What's happening?
Hello.
Yeah, Michael, what's happening?
Thank you for having me, Tom.
And by the way, on that other one, we're having Kachina call to see if we can get this guy on the phone or get some information. So don't go away on that one. That guy that took 8,400, and then we'll have an update from.
Yeah, and I contacted them on their website too. So
Okay,
if they
good.
responded.
And then Deputy D is going to give us what he found on him. Okay, so what's happening with you, man? What's going on?
This is kind of a long, drawn-out story.
All right,
so-
start from the beginning, and I'll speed you along if I need to. But what happened? Go ahead from the beginning.
So, friends told me that would help me take some trees away from the roof that I had soft spots. I looked around for a roofer on Google and Yelp, found the top rated.
May I ask something?
roofer
What
called-
was your reason? What was your reason for having your roof looked at to begin with?
Because they told me there was soft spots on the roof.
I understand that, but
And
that
hail.
wait. But before someone
hail.
tells you there are soft spots on the roof, you had to call someone for what reason? Was it a hailstorm?
They said there was also hail damage. So, yes, there was a hailstorm like previous couple months to that.
Okay, go ahead.
I was like, okay, well, let me look at a roofer and see what they think. You know,
Okay,
so I
gotcha.
called
Now I
the top
gotcha.
roof,
Okay, gotcha.
and Aaron Tucker comes out and he inspects the roof and confirms same. Says, let's file a insurance claim. So I filed an insurance claim. The adjuster came out, agreed that they would go ahead and help pay for the roof. They
What do you
estimated
mean?
about
What do you mean? Help
$12,000.
pay for the roof? What does that mean? So you had a hailstorm. A roofer said there were soft spots on his roof, and the insurance adjuster, approved the claim.
Correct.
For how much?
So they estimated it was going to be about $12,000, and their part, they sent me a check for $8,009.17, and said I would be responsible for the remainder per
Got
my
it.
insurance, the deductible or whatever. And so I called Rocky Top and said, everything's been approved and I have a check. He comes back out, has me sign a contract.
And what's the name of this?
Wait,
what's the name of the roofer again?
Rocky Top Roofing.
Okay, you're breaking up for some guys. Can you hear what he's saying?
Most of it.
Well, what's the name of the roofer then?
Rocky Top.
That I did not hear.
Rocky Top.
Rocky Top.
Is it Rocky Top?
Uh-huh.
Okay, got it.
Correct.
That's a horrible name for a roofer.
Okay,
a
Rocky Top.
job.
All right. So then what? Keep going. So he came out and had you sign a contract.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Then what?
Yeah. He said, I want that check. And so I signed the check over to him.
Why did you do that?
And then, well, he said he wanted it. He said
what if he said he wanted? What if he said he wanted your wife? I mean, what difference does it make what he wants? I mean, he just said, I want the check. Did you say for what?
Well, yeah, he said for materials and to get the job started. And
okay. By the way, I want everyone to hear this right now. I want everyone to hear this right now. Any contractor who says they need money for materials, do not use. I am saying that unequivocally. Do not use any contractor that says they need your money to buy materials. Excel Roofing, for example, wouldn't take a penny from you when you signed that contract. So he said, I need that check. How much was the check? The one around $8,000? Is that the one you signed over to him?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he asked for an additional $631, which I wrote a personal check to him for.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. Then he ghosted me, and
of course he did.
I kept calling. He said, "Yeah."
Hey, we've got it. Let's get him on hold and let's get a better connection. This is brutal, man.
Yeah, you're right. We're really having difficulty. It might be his Bluetooth thing, but let's do that. Let's get a better connection. Hold on. We'll come right back to you. I'm going to go to someone else right now. Tim says he has a follow-up, and he was working with Deputy Dimitri. This is a vacation. A vacation.
Remember, Tim.
Can you summarize what the problem was there, Dimitri?
Yeah, Tim called us a couple of weeks ago because he said that he purchased a timeshare. He went to this hotel presentation presented by Moments of Adventure. Remember that name?
Moments of Adventure.
Yeah, and
I think this might have been something Mark took.
Yeah, I thought you were here, but in any case,
okay.
So he wrote a check for $7,900 and changed his mind a few days later. And
oh yeah, Moments of Adventure.
Yeah,
it was a seminar he went to.
Yeah, but he gave him a check for almost $8,000. I saw a copy of it.
$79.95 to Moments of Adventure. Yeah. And what did he get in return?
Well, it sounds like he got nothing. And unfortunately, Tim canceled payment on the wrong check, so Moments of Adventure was able to get the $8,000. So Moments of Adventure.
What was he supposed to get for that money?
Well, Tim thought he was buying a timeshare. But the more research I did on it, the less it looked like a timeshare. It kind of looked like some kind of a weird travel agency membership where you're supposed to. Have you ever heard of this? Yeah. Where you're supposed to get discounted plane.
Yeah, I did. Of course I did. They're very common. In fact, they're doing them instead of timeshares on some of them. Yeah. And they proudly say we're not a timeshare. But what I can't believe is this guy, not this guy, but Tim, Tim's actually disappointed he didn't get his timeshare, So now we're timeshare would have been just as bad. But anyway, just so you know, these travel adventure clubs is what they are. Oh. They come in all shapes and sizes. Keep going, D.
Oh, well, unfortunately, Moments of Adventure has neither a phone number or an address. So I couldn't get a hold of them, but I did track down one or two of their so-called travel agents, and I found their email addresses somewhere on the internet, and I've been emailing them for comment. And then Tim is going to fill us in on some of the research he did. He actually contacted the hotel where the seminar was held, or the sales presentation was held.
Oh, good point. And what happened?
Turns out there's another company that booked that space at the hotel. So Tim got me contact information for that other company and some guy and his phone number. And
so who booked that space and was given that seminar, supposedly?
This is a good question for Tim.
Tim, what did you find out, Tim? Let's go. What did you find out?
Hey, I need that information. Anyway, what it is, I found out that American Savings Network, it's not a timeshare, like you said. It was basically a vacation thing.
And what is it called? American what? American what?
American Savings Network is with Moments of Adventure. I got a call from a Brad from American Savings Network, and he turned around and said he wanted to make this right, and he felt bad and everything. He was going to work directly with me. And basically, on last Friday, he said he was going to the mountains, but he sent me some things to look at a vacation. I said, I want my money back, because I actually canceled it via phone the day after.
Right.
But the thing about it is, he said, well, I can't talk to you about money back, but we are willing to work with you. And he was supposed to get back to me again today. And
what's the guy? What is the guy's name?
His name is Brad.
Brad what?
My internet's been down. And stuff like that.
What is his? I just need to know, Brad. What is Brad's last name?
Dimitri was.
Dimitri, do you know it?
Yeah.
Hold on. What is it, Dimitri?
It's in the email.
Yeah, so he just goes
we're
by
fine.
Brad. I just have his phone number, and I've been emailing him.
So you do have a phone number?
I do have a phone number.
And what's going on?
And now American Savings Network and Minutes of Adventure never once responded to me. But I've been, I take it back. Somebody from American Savings Network emailed me, said, hey, thanks for bringing this to our attention. We're going to look into it.
Okay.
But they never responded to me with any offers to help Tim or any kind of a refund or anything else. But Tim, did they promise to give you a refund finally?
No, he said that he can't talk about a refund, but he wants to do something to help me.
What the hell does that mean? Just what the heck does that mean? I want to do something to help you. Just give the money back. So basically, what's the purpose of the call today? Were you calling to find out what we found out, or did you have information to share with us?
I wanted to call because my internet's been down and I haven't had no radio.
Okay, gotcha. I'll tell you what, Tim, we don't have anything. We don't have anything new right now, but Dimitri's making some notes to try to
Tom, I mean, I don't think that we're going to be able to help.
We're really not going to get anywhere.
Because these guys aren't, they're not responding to me.
Okay, let's give a number out. Sure. Let's at least give a number that people can just bombard the hell out of them. What is it?
So they sent me, this cat named Brad Anglin at American Savings Network, Brad Anglin.
His name is Brad Anglin?
Anglin.
Is it Brad?
Brad.
Brad Anglin, Anglin.
Yeah, if that's his real name. But he did send me his phone number.
What is it?
702-472-8709.
People, I don't know if you understand this, but this Troubleshooter Network has a pretty damn good impact when our listeners truly call. Now, I'm never asking you to harass or to be vulgar ever, nor threatening, but just to say, we know about you, we found out about you, we're going to let everyone we know about you. In fact, that has way more credibility than being vulgar and being, crazy. You tell them, look, I work in Denver, I'm an executive, or I'm this, or I'm that, and I am going to let everyone we know on social media and everywhere about you because of this situation. So that's what you do. And if you want to reference the situation, you can say it was a call to the Tom Martino Show. That's all you have to do, and give him our number. But I want to give this number out again, and I want to implore you. I want to tell you how important you are to this process. We have been doing this for years, and it really works. Okay? You let them know you heard about them and that you're going to let everyone know and that you think they're deplorable. 702-472-8709. 702-472-8709. 8709. More coming right up.
Yeah.
That's all we really
now,
can do.
Impact Traffic.
That's
This
really
report
all we can
is
do
sponsored
for Tim
by the
right
new
now. Tell
Comedy
him
Save Me
we'll see if
podcast.
we hear anything.
Yeah, we're seeing some delays on
God
270.
almighty.
It's heavy volume heading up through Commerce City, both directions.
Oh, he
I-70
is?
west from, it looks like Central Park and eventually back towards I-25 is heavy, as well as Pena coming out of the airport from Tower back to I-70. We're still jamming on I-70 eastbound as you approach E-470. This is all centered around Colfax. Ongoing construction. We are jamming down Floyd Hill, heading through the Veteran Memorial tunnels, but the highway remains open. If you're heading down to the Springs, I-25 southbound with construction around Larkspur has traffic tied up as well. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hey, I'm Lynn Hoffman, and I host the Comedy Saved Me podcast, the behind-the-scenes stories from comedians about the power of laughter. Listen to the Comedy Saved Me podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, a lot of people have heard of Vestera Turnkey, where they help you become a landlord without the risks and hassles. They handhold you through the whole process. Truly, it's worth looking into. MyBiggestReturn.com if you want to be a landlord. Now, many people have asked about using their IRA or 401k, their retirement money to do it. It is possible in conjunction with me, Wave 8 Wealth Management. I have started some outside business interests where I am helping people invest their 401k or IRA money into this program. It's a program you can trust. Vestera Turnkey, MyBiggestReturn.com. And of course, you can call us directly at Wave 8 Wealth Management at 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. Red Rocks. I love Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Why? Because they know what they're doing when it comes to solar. Not just selling the solar system, but helping you with the tax deductions or grants if you're a commercial operation wanting to get it paid for by the government, which is possible. They can also help you with the installation and service. They are a full-service solar company. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449, 303-704-2449, and that is RedRocksRS.com.
Oh, I went from the Cherry Hills one to a place on
Who's barking?
Fairmont place.
That damn dog.
Who's got a dog in there?
No. It was the ding-dang dog on the phone, the guy in the background, and then he tells the dog to shut up. Don't you remember this?
Oh, man. It sounds so genuine, like it's right there.
All right, and when I thought of T-Bone, I was thinking of this, but that's a different.
Yeah, it was Bill, the guy with the wife.
I'm going to try one.
I don't like a T-bone for
And
two
the dog
reasons.
barked,
One,
and he told it to
it's
shut
paying
up.
for the bone, and
Shut up.
two,
I
you
love
have two
that.
different
Love-
cuts of meat.
shut up.
That need to be cooked differently.
Really?
Because it's a New York strip and a tenderloin. And obviously the
I know that.
tenderloin cooks differently
I know that.
than the New York strip does.
What did Bill
Unless
need
you-
with his wife
you know,
diagnosed with
you really
cancer?
know
What was that
you're
called?
doing.
I forget.
Getting the
Oh, that's
attorney
right. That's right. We got to get Mackenzie on this thing.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Mackenzie's not available. He said
We already
probably
burned him
until
out.
after 1, so
At
I
least
gave him
it's
the
my-
number.
We already burned Mackenzie out for the day, had him on hold.
Okay.
I'm just saying. It's billable hours,
Got
Tom.
it, brother. Got it, brother. Got
You
it,
want to get
brother.
that
Brother,
bill? I
brother.
don't think.
Check with
Yeah,
Mark.
all right. I'll
He
just.
knows
Also, I left 2 messages for Margaret's landscaper dude.
Mark, who did you guys use for?
I had 2
that
numbers.
carpet cleaner
Yeah.
He wasn't answering either.
Got it.
Over your carpet and lifted up the stains. Are you telling me that story? Say that again.
God, I forgot about Brian. I got to get him in here.
Oh, zero red?
He's in the bathroom now, so don't.
You used a company where they put a sheet down after they cleaned it.
What?
So I'm surprising you with food. It probably you guess though.
That and Margaret's deal. The guy had such a bad accent. I thought he said
You'll love
gland
it.
scraper. I'm Margaret's gland scraper. Gland
Yeah,
scraper.
in your house.
They had that special.
So cute when this
I
guy
called up. I
is
said,
on
I
a
need
date
one
with some
room
Asian woman. He
and two,
says,
two
what do you-
areas.
again, what do you do?
There are
Yeah,
3
they
rooms.
meet each other.
So I just need just
I'm a
one
pirate.
bedroom. And
Pirate?
And
Like
they,
Rob
their
Schiff?
price
What
was
do you do?
ridiculous. It wasn't that 119 3 rooms garbage.
It was kind of cute. It was funny.
That was the best Uber driver I ever had. Was the Somali pirate.
I love that about you.
God.
It was a pad that
Order
Can you imagine?
confirmation
Yes,
from
I can.
DoorDash.
puts down this
God, he
chemical.
was
Are there?
so
I wonder if
good.
there are any restaurants that refuse to use
But he
DoorDash.
only robbed yachts.
Yeah, you think there are some?
And it's not wet.
Him and his posse or whatever you call him.
And then they blame the
Only robbed
restaurant.
yachts.
I'm going.
He's done our house twice, and he was like,
What do you mean
got
around
asylum
square room?
after Boko Haram
yeah,
infiltrated
so
his
in the
gang
corners they
and
use like a
hit-
handheld thing. Yeah.
Okay.
I had
Sure, brother.
All right. That's good.
Let me check on my. Let's check
He
on
was a
our
friggin' Somali pirate.
DoorDash.
Love that.
These guys are real good, man.
Not
God,
even
I
in
wanted
view
to
yet.
have him.
Oh, it's dropped off. Holy crap! It's already there.
Yeah, we did it.
It's already there, brother.
And it was
I
wet.
can't believe it was so quick.
Dogs just fucked it up.
Nope, it's there.
And when you
remember
say
you
there,
telling
is it
me
like
a
the
year ago
security kiosk at the entry area to the neighborhood?
Nope, it was there.
Do they bring it up by a golf cart?
What they do is they let them through the
clean.
gate, and they can come in with their regular car.
They got dog.
Oh, that's
It's
sweet.
a guy. Well, his daughter's no longer
Very down to
with him,
earth.
But it's yeah, the guy's
touch
really
with
good,
people.
man. You'll like the guy too.
Clean Pro.
Yeah, he's the owner. He's the carpet cleaner. He's the whole deal, and it works fucking great. It really does. It's
All right.
amazing.
Here we come for what's left of this.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. So let's go back to Michael, who has this roofing issue. Now, Michael, what he did after a hailstorm, had a guy come up who said, you know, you got some problems on the roof. The adjuster approved $12,000. They were going to pay $8,000. Rocky Top Roofing demanded the money. So he gave him an insurance check plus $600, and now he's being ghosted. So, Michael, you have not heard a word from this guy at all?
Initially, okay, so I was initially ghosted, and he, well, I would get a hold of him sporadically, and then he'd say, you know, I'll get you on the schedule, He finally got me on the schedule in November, so that was after 3 months after paying him, and the guys came out to start the roof. Now, in the process of the workers doing the roof, one of them fell through the roof and through the ceiling. I immediately called my insurance company and told them what happened.
All right,
And
you hold
the
on. This
insurance-
is getting very interesting.
Did they have insurance?
Yeah, you hold on, man. We want to hear about this coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Please stick around. The guy fell through his ceiling. What's going to happen? How can we help? All of that coming up.
I hope they had insurance. That'll eat him alive if he's got to cover that with his insurance.
All right, I got to play it one more time
Hey,
before I
just
leave.
looked on Reddit. This guy is Jake Callett. He's the co-founder and president of Made in Cookware. Ask me anything.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
Oh, that's cool.
So if Suze has any questions,
Mark!
she now knows where to go.
Son of a. No. Matter of fact, it would help if I didn't speak to him. I shouldn't have spoken to him earlier. I accidentally whacked a hornet's nest.
Who did you get to watch your puppies while you're gone over the 4th, Mark?
There's
Neighbor.
Oh, that's good.
She's always our first, because she literally lives next to us.
Those spots down
But
the
when
way.
she's out of town, that's where we
Call now for immediate.
Keep Abby in mind for that. We're just trying to get ready for it.
Yeah, definitely. But
We're gonna be gone for like. I'll send Suze, but no, we'll be gone like from the 6th to the 14th.
no, we always try our neighbor first. She's known our dogs.
Why is it off?
And she can run over to her house in
Oh, do her thing.
2
yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
She'll stay at our house, but she literally lives next door.
Whereas when I have a
Is she next door where your garage is, where you keep your butt? your
No,
bus? Or is
no.
it the other way?
Front door. If you look right out our front door, a little over to the right,
Okay.
you can see the house, but it's kind of behind trees and stuff. You're thinking of the one over there. They just moved in from California. They're pretty cool. They're super libs, but they're cool.
I've heard of Lynn.
They're libbies.
Is he a pilot? Did you say he was a pilot?
Yep, for United.
Honestly, good memory. Is he a Dreamliner pilot?
I don't think so.
All right, that's good.
He's pretty young. I don't think he's got the sought-after, long-ass route yet. I assume those Dreamliners are pretty much here to Europe mostly, or here to somewhere else.
That's where my brother-in-law flies.
Where's he fly to?
England.
Yeah.
Actually, I think he's going to be flying. That's why we're going. I think he's going to be the pilot on the plane.
They might do a Dreamliner from, like, L.A. to New York, but I don't even know if they do that.
My brother-in-law's worried about it, about this engine failure.
So, dude falls, the guy's coming back on, but he falls through the roof.
Hey, yeah, you're fine.
He hires this guy.
You got to sit here for 2 hours. I don't have no problem with
The
that.
roofer we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he hired, the roofer's up there. I don't know where it's going, but it sounds like it's going here. Roofer falls through his roof into his house. And he called his insurance.
The roof must have been bad. I thought he fell in the attic.
The roofer is trying to come after the homeowner's insurance.
No, the homeowner, all we know is, he said this, the roofer was on my roof and fell through my roof into my house.
Okay.
And I called my insurance company.
Okay.
And then we hit the top of the
dog. Gotcha.
Which he didn't even tell us if the roofer had insurance. We just don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
And then what happens if the decking was all fucked up and soft? Would your
Yes,
it's
I
still
sure
sudden,
have.
right? Gosh. Let's just say the roofer didn't have insurance.
Right. Well, I'm assuming they've already filed a claim, right? I mean, that's
All I know is exactly.
Is this not? I mean, because is this the same one that whenever I walked out we were listening to, where he got some money for this, or is this a separate thing? I think.
I wasn't either.
I think he said, "Hey, I already got $9,000 from my insurance, so if there's a claim already out there, do it." Because isn't this the guy that he said he wanted me to give him my money? And we were both laughing because we were like, "Well, of course he wants it." He's like, "Well, did he want? What if he wants your wife? Would you give him that?"
Yes, I do think it's the same.
Is this
guy.
all the same thing?
It's the same guy.
So
and then we dropped him for a little bit, and he came back with a better connection.
Okay, exactly. So that would tell me there's a claim already. He already got paid, so maybe he's just updating his claim adjuster. I guess we could say.
Oh, updating from the guy fell through his roof.
Right.
Doing the roof.
Right.
I see what you're saying. I didn't even realize. I thought the roofer was up there to give him a quote or something.
Right. If
and
this
fell
is
through
the
roof.
same thing,
it is the same guy.
He already had money.
Got
He
it.
gave him money.
The $8,000.
Right.
Oh, those look delicious. Do you like those tacos? They're probably my favorite. Tom got me thinking about the stupid Jack in the Box tacos, so we keep ordering them now. Do you have any hot sauce? Hey, did those come with hot sauce? Dragon, do you have any hot sauce for those tacos that we just had delivered?
No.
No? Hey, Bo, do you have any hot sauce for the
third floor?
taco? Well, we had a taco off today, so we got
Really?
Taco
Where?
Bell tacos, Qdoba tacos, Del Taco, and then Jack in the
Tacos are
Box
closed.
taco, probably the deep fried
No, we got
Jack
some
in the
far
Box
away.
taco. We got about 10, 15 left over here.
Are they behind the glass?
They're behind the glass.
I think there's
I don't have
there's Cholula packets.
You're going to
in
get
the
up and have
bottom
one?
drawer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can have 3 if you want.
Really?
3, 4, 5. Bo's going to get up and get a taco.
You know you do have a really.
Bo, there's no tacos in there.
What are you talking about? You
I'm trying to.
pull my chain like you
that's
did on
horrible.
your-
Poor Bo.
What was it?
That's horrible.
He said
I'll
there were
never
tacos.
forgive you
What?
for
He
that.
said there were tacos behind the glass, so I was going to go up and get one.
Bo was getting up to get a taco.
Poor Bo.
Yeah, because you're asking me about
Well,
hot
I let
sauce.
you know without having to walk in there.
Now, have you ever had? You guys have a
dang
great
it.
taco place just down like a block away.
Fucking,
Los
pulling my
Chingones.
leg again. Dog.
Where is it?
Hey,
It's
from here.
Yeah, from here.
Never had it.
Oh, it's good.
Never had it. I don't eat during the day, so I miss out. I don't even eat pizza on Fridays here anymore.
You don't have anything, huh? So what's your eat schedule? Do you eat in the morning?
No, I usually eat like 4 o'clock. Last night we ate about 5:30.
One time a day. That's the only time you eat.
It's the only time I eat.
Wow.
Sometimes I'll chew a gummy vitamin that's like the size of a Starburst. And actually, it's not a vitamin, it's beets.
That sounds delicious.
I'll tell you what, it tastes just like a Starburst, so I kind of doubt it's got any good effect.
Yeah.
Because it tastes too damn good to be a vitamin. But I'm sold on beets that they're good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart.
Yep. I hate beets.
But I'll tell you what, these Jack in the Box tacos that we have here now are great. They get delivered every day on autopilot, and they're free. God, I love them. And they come with hot sauce and the other sauce and
I hate
all kinds
those.
of sauce.
I hate them.
And they're deep fried. They're made out of old hamburgers that sat under the heat light for 7 hours.
Today we did Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A, in all honesty, is probably one of the best fast food chicken places on earth.
Really good, man. Really good.
Did you get waffle fries?
No, I didn't get any fries.
Boy, you want to wait up, man. Start eating that starch.
I know. I just don't like them that much.
That's Bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is the local number here. We also have 303 Martino. You can call 24/7 and get in on whatever show we get you in on. And we have much of the same. I say much of the same. It's so sad. You know, we have Margaret, who paid $8,400 up front, ghosted. Then we have another guy that paid money up front, an insurance check, and they started the job in November, but the guy fell through the frickin' roof. So we're going to have a lesson in. Hey, Brian Burns, let's talk to you first. Brian Burns is with Compass Insurance Group. They're our guest today doing the Insurance Help Center, so as they do every day. But while they're here, we highlight that. You can do an insurance checkup by calling them directly, and then they'll compare your coverages with what's out there, 303-996-9000. But here in the studio, Brian is with us. Brian, when I hire a company at my house, let's just talk about that in general. Whether it be for mowing the lawn, doing the roof, building a deck, what do I have in terms of coverage?
You do have premise liability, but it would have to involve some sort of negligence. I mean, these are companies that you're hiring to come do a job, so they should have workers' comp.
That's right. They
for
should.
Their employees.
They should. But what I'm asking you is, if I have a guy helping me build the deck and the deck falls on him, what's that about?
Yeah, that would be liability if in fact, again, what would happen is they would sue you. Your liability would step in to protect you, and if you're liable, then your liability limit could protect you for that kind of thing.
Okay. Can you ever see a scenario where my liability coverage might refuse to cover me, but the courts might say I need to pay them?
That would be hard for me to imagine unless you have some sort of exclusion, like if this was an intentional thing or, something along those lines.
Or if it was like your kid working on it.
Right. If it's a household member, if it's someone in your household, your liability won't cover that. But I'm saying it would be hard for me to think, like in this case, that a roofer falls through that you've hired. You're not negligible for that. I mean, this is part of his job. That's what he's there to do.
Okay, so let's find out what happened.
But bottom line, Brian, if you got sued by him for whatever reason, they would have to defend you.
They would defend you, and then if you are found liable, then that's where your liability limit would come into play.
So Michael had a hailstorm and hired Rocky Top Roofing, and then they started the job in November. Continue your story, Michael.
Yeah, so they fell through the roof. I immediately called my insurance.
How many fell through the roof? How many fell through the roof?
One.
And did he get hurt? Did he get hurt?
They didn't say.
Okay.
Well,
They didn't say it's
and why
under.
was your reaction to call your insurance company? I'm just curious.
Since I had already paid their portion of the check to him, and I didn't know what else to do at that point.
Okay. Okay. So then what?
Was to call them.
Then what happened?
The insurance agent goes, "Did they provide you a permit?" And I go, "No, they didn't." He goes, "They're supposed to provide you a permit or post a permit immediately before they start work." And so he goes to the state website to look for a permit and finds no permit pulled for my address.
Well, it wouldn't be on the state website, and it wouldn't be on the state website anyway. But keep going.
It'd be on the county website.
It was a county. It was a county for Colorado Springs. I'll correct myself. It was a county for Colorado Springs. This happened in Colorado Springs. And so I called the county directly, the permit office.
I don't know why you care. I don't know why you care about a permit. What does that have to do with anything?
It's not him. It was his insurance adjuster.
But that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Nothing. Zero. It has nothing to do with coverage. But keep going. What happened then?
Okay. So the permit guy says, well, he probably didn't give you a permit because he hasn't updated his business license and he hasn't provided us with updated liability insurance.
Okay. So you want to know who's going to pay for all the damage to your house. You're not worried about the guy that got hurt. You're worried about who's going to fix your house. And I don't blame you.
Yes. And then I also called Aaron and told him what happened. I called, that was my second call. And he's like, "Oh, well, don't worry about it. We'll fix everything, at no cost to you." And, so that took probably most of the month before they fixed that.
So they did fix it though. They did fix the ceiling and all of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they did fix that, and they also finished the roof.
Okay.
So by the end of November, everything was done. Okay, and then when I mentioned there was no permit, he goes, "Yes, there is." So I guess in the interim, he fixed everything and did end up pulling a permit.
Okay. So where do we stand now? Why are you calling?
So there was another problem in the roof where somebody told me that it looks like there's a crack in the rafter, okay? And then he's like, "Well, we don't know that we did that, and we're not going to worry about that. You'd have to prove that we did that, okay?" So, and I talked to a real estate agent because I was also...
Hey, Michael, how old is your house? How old is your house?
It was built in the 70s, and we were also told there's probably asbestos.
Do you think, Michael, that, well, the asbestos has nothing to do with the roofer, but do you think they cracked the rafter? How would they have done that? By maybe overloading the roof with the materials or something?
By the fall through, I figured.
I think it's more than likely. I mean, it could be through when he fell, but it could be where they stacked, the bundles of roof on top of your roof. But anyway, keep going. So what happened then?
Okay. So, and another thing, I had people helping me fix up the house because I was also looking at selling the house. So he knew that I was trying to also sell the house.
Not that it doesn't matter what he knew. I mean, I don't know why you brought that up, but okay. So he knew you're trying to sell the house. Big deal.
Okay. So I had called around to attorneys. No attorneys really wanted to help me.
Attorneys for what? You jumped right to attorneys. Attorneys for what?
Because of the rafter.
Gotcha.
Okay.
How much was it going to cost to fix that rafter?
I was told that there's a whole new engineer's inspection that needed to be done and another permit pulled. And the engineer's inspection was about $1,500.
Okay. Okay. How
Now,
much would it cost to actually fix that? They don't have to replace that whole rafter. They just have to reinforce it where it's cracked.
Right. He said that they could sister it in.
Right.
But
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's the proper term. They could sister it in. So what's going on? I mean, where are we going with the story?
So, okay. So here it is many months later.
Yes.
After, 6 months after the job. And he tells me, I'm like, so what's going on? Where are we finished here? And he tells me, I have additional supplements that I have to provide to the insurance. He gives the insurance and me a bill for $33,000.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, but did the insurance pay it?
Okay, so the initial estimate by the insurance was 12. Okay, so when he gave her the insurance, the adjuster calls me and he goes, "What is this?" He goes, "No residential roof is $33,000."
Well, that's not true. There are plenty of them. There are plenty of them.
There's lots of them.
I don't care about that. What I care about is this. What was it for?
So additional work that he's saying that he did to the house, including removal of a satellite system that we never even had. So, and I even mentioned to the adjuster, and maybe the adjuster didn't catch it. I said, if there's things that he didn't even do to this house, isn't that considered fraud? And the adjuster goes, well, yes, it is.
Well, of course it is. Of course it is. But here's the bottom line, Michael. Your insurance didn't pay it. You don't have to pay it. If it's fraudulent, don't pay it.
Okay, but they did. Okay, so they approved another $3,500, which I have the check.
They filed supplements for $33,000, and your insurance paid $3,000.
The insurance adjuster said the most that they could approve off of there was $3,500.
Okay.
So where are we at, though?
I don't. What are you calling about?
Because he's trying to get the rest of the money from me.
Okay, hold on. That's what I wanted to know. I got to take this break. So now they're coming after him for the rest of the money. What can he do? We'll talk to Brian Burns and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Second opinions.
You get them with your health.
So why not with your wealth?
Your stock market investments deserve a second opinion.
At Henyon & Walsh, it only takes a second
to schedule your free second opinion.
Go online and search for Henyon & Walsh, the second opinion people. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Henyon & Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Henyon & Walsh Inc., member FINRA, SIPC.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and when you get into an accident, the very first thing you need is information. And John Fuller will give you free information with no obligation. Give him a call, and he'll talk about your case. He's one of the few attorneys that talk to people up front before they even become clients. So call John Fuller, ask all of your questions. And then when you get satisfactory answers, if you want to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. You even get his cell phone you can call or text at any time. Now that's personal when it comes to personal injury. 303-597-4500. Give him a call. 303-597-4500.
You know, if you're suffering from painful foot neuropathy, either from diabetes or some other kind of nerve damage, stem cell therapy is absolutely working for people. In fact, a lot of people, a lot of listeners that have called up are actually having permanent restoration of all the nerve functions. They feel better. pain-free walking within 1 to 2 months after treatment. And Dr. Joel Cherdak and the gang down at Denver Regen know how to do this. This isn't some long, painful procedure. There's no downtime. It's a 2-hour procedure, and if you suffer from that pain of neuropathy, you have to check these guys out. Call up, ask the questions. I think you're going to be so happy you did. Go to denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
Tom dealing with neuropathy? Is he using these guys?
I don't think he has neuropathy.
My wife has neuropathy.
Does she? Have they tried stem cells, or is she still going through other stuff, though?
No, they've got her on some red light therapy thing for her feet.
Yeah.
But
this stuff actually works, but it's so expensive.
Is that?
It's like I think it's like $7,000.
Okay. Well, if
but
she doesn't
there's
get
people
it back,
literally 100% nerve function in a couple months.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to tell my wife.
It's more than just stem cells. It's like a 3-part deal. But before I do advertising for it, I looked into it big time with these guys.
I'll have to tell my wife. I mean, she has gotten some of it back, but her
if the blood flow, it's in their feet, right?
Yep, that's where the worst of it is.
If the blood flow is back, eventually that within itself will make it better. A lot of people, that nerve damage gets so bad and the blood flow is not working, you just can't fix it until you have this form of therapy. First thing they do is go in there and basically open up that blood flow with this drug, and I forget what it is.
Okay.
And then that allows the stem cells to.
Did you like the chicken?
Okay. Oh yeah, I ate half the order already.
But it works. But if her blood flow's opening back up shortly, or not necessarily shortly, but eventually.
How much time do I have?
Should get better.
And it has gotten
Okay.
better from when she was doing the actual chemo. That's when it happened after chemo.
That's what nailed it.
Yeah, she got neuropathy after it. Hey, did Miles buy the house? Did you guys get it?
We close on the 7th.
Which one did you guys go with? Because there was like 4 or 5.
It was 500. Well, we got it for less than that, but it was the one that was 500.
Was it one that was out in the middle of nowhere kind of a thing?
Yeah. Well, funny enough, that's 3.5 miles from Walmart, right down the same street next to the golf course. Yeah, it's crazy. He loves it, man.
It is. Is it not?
2,100 square feet, 4.3 acres. It's got that huge RV garage. It even has a loft, a bathroom, fully insulated, propane heat.
Wow.
And the house was built in 23. The only insurance worth getting out there is Allstate. That's
really?
It. Oh my God, dude. So I try.
What was their? Do you have any follow-ups?
Allstate was 2,700.
Okay.
That's great.
And it's not ACV for 10 years because the roof is only 2 years old.
Right.
And then I forget.
Quarter life crisis. Give me
1%.
a fucking break.
Yep. Which
read about
cares?
this
That's
shit.
what everybody's going to be.
It doesn't. But what's funny is I called a broker out there.
Yeah.
And the broker came in higher than you did.
Okay.
And he only had 2 that was taking new business in the whole town. So I found that odd. He came back and said there's only 2 of us, or there's only 2 people I deal with even taking business. And he was quite a bit higher than yours. I mean, he was in around 6,000.
In state. Gosh,
he's in fucking Chevron.
You would think he would have plenty of options.
He said a lot of people, they're not doing new business there.
Yeah.
They're doing, they'll continue doing business, but they're not taking on any new.
See, we have Allstate, but not in Nebraska. It's Colorado. It's all these carriers, they're just locking you down in other states unless you have a resident there.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a resident agent in the state, then you can't. They're not appointing you.
Yeah, it was crazy though, man. But 2027 wasn't bad.
No, that's not bad at all.
Property taxes are going to be about 42. So it's a really nice house, man. I'm actually glad he got it because everything's new. Nothing's going to go wrong with the house.
Yeah, 2023. That's great.
And it's had a little time to settle. But all the appliances, washer, dryer, I mean, everything's a couple years old.
Yeah.
Kitchen's gorgeous.
Wow. And it was what's the purchase price?
$450.
Okay.
We're under contract at $450.
Okay.
He is.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
303 Martino. Gail has a question on travel insurance. That's an interesting topic, travel insurance. Gail, what is your question?
Hi, Tom. Just had a question about travel insurance. Or the rates vary, obviously, probably. Or is she just go through the agency that
now,
you're with?
are you talking, it depends on what kind of travel insurance. Are you talking about insurance that you have while you're traveling, or travel insurance on the trip itself, like if you can't make it or if it's weathered out or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So in other words, if you plan a big vacation for Europe and something goes wrong, and you can't make it, or something happens with the cruise line or something like that, you're talking about that kind of insurance.
Well, Alliance, which is probably the biggest one out there, they have exactly what you're talking about, Tom, but you can also add on if you get sick or have to go to the emergency room. So you can add on that level if you want to.
So what was your question, Gail, about that specific travel insurance or about that kind of insurance?
Well, kind of just wanted to cover bases on how to go about an agency and getting the.
All right. That's good. Like, where do you buy it? And that's a great question. A good are you using a travel agency? Because travel agencies are the best people you can have for referrals to those, because they do so many of them. Do you have a travel agent?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you ask your travel agent about travel insurance?
We did, but we thought we'd check just some other options.
Okay, so Compass Insurance. You guys deal with travel insurance ever, or do you know any good in travel insurance?
We don't. We don't have anything to do with travel insurance, so I'm not a very good resource for that one.
I would say I would rely on my. It is such a rare form of insurance itself that I would rely on my travel agent. Have they made any recommendations to you?
Yeah, they did. We kind of thought we'll probably end up doing that. But
how much did they? How much? Give me an idea of the premiums. How much did they want?
I didn't really get any prices. I just asked them, and they said, "Yeah, we can recommend you."
Well, as Mark said, Alliance.
What we don't need.
Alliance with the Z, ALLIANZ, is what Mark was talking about. They are in survey after survey.
They're about the highest rated out there.
That's right, the highest rated.
If you buy it, I'm not saying in general it's a good product, but if you ever did get sick in Europe, oh man, it would cost you a fortune.
And the insurance, and also the trip itself. A lot of these places went out of business. Guess what drove them out of business? Remember?
Yeah, COVID.
Yeah, because they couldn't cover all the trips. They just couldn't do it. That was a bad time for travel insurance, and for the cruise industry, tour guides. There were so wedding venues. There were so many places that went out of business as a result of that. So
there's a good possibility whoever your travel people are use Alliance, by the way.
Yeah.
They're just quoting you.
And if not, they can.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, who did you use? It's so funny hearing someone say a travel agent. Who was it? What travel agency did you use, out of curiosity?
Well, Elias is who we were going with.
No, what travel agency did you use?
Oh, well, I'm not. My wife.
Just for future reference, for anybody out there listening, Actually, I'm not going to steal it from Tom because he told it to me probably 15, 20 years ago. But I have used them so many times. Now, I won't use them if we're just flying to, like, Vegas or something. But if we're going to Hawaii or if we're doing something big, I am telling you, Costco travel is absolutely amazing. During COVID, when we had to cancel a pretty crazy 3-week Hawaiian deal, I got every cent back, and I've never had any problems that weren't taken care of. And then the pricing is better than anything I've ever seen before. It's amazing.
Mark, I couldn't believe some of the deals Stephanie finds on Costco. And they're all the same hotels and airlines that everyone uses.
Everything.
I don't know how they do it. I mean, when we look at the pricing, it's just almost impossible. They must do such an incredible volume.
It has to be. It's got to be completely volume related. And then you save all this money, and then next thing you know, in your mailbox, there's like a $500 Costco gift card that's included in it. It's nuts.
Exactly. So let's go back to Michael on this insurance thing, because here's the bottom line. They're coming after him for payment. So they put in a supplement of $33,000, a supplement, and then his insurance approved about $3,500, and now they want an additional $30,000 from him. So, Michael, how are they coming after you for that money? Did they put a lien on your? Well, they can't put a lien. That's probably too late. How are they coming after you for it?
So yeah, it is 6 months after the job had been completed, and but he's saying that he can put a mechanic's lien and foreclose against my house, and he's been harassing us, calling us.
No, he can't. He can't put a lien on. It's too late to put a lien on your house. So
how long ago was it, man?
He said 6 months since the job.
In November.
Yeah, he can't. He can put a lien on there, but eventually you're going to beat it. Doesn't matter there.
Yeah, it's December, January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, you're right. It's May, June. 7 months later, he can't.
Let him just take you to court. I mean, really, just to get to the end of the call, he's going to have to do something. He's going to have to take action and hire an attorney and come after you.
Yeah, but what I want to know is, I would be curious, what is this extra $30,000?
I'd be happy to send you the breakdown. And I believe me and my realtor were looking at it, and it looks like he's trying to charge me for his worker falling through the roof, because he's talking about painting, plaster, things like that. And he didn't paint anything except for the room that the roofer fell through, that the worker fell through.
It sounds like it sounds like he's a clown, or that he's just a crook. I mean, I don't know if he is, but
check this out, Tom.
But
my realtor said that she has another client that he also worked with to do a roof for, who was also selling her house, and he did the same exact thing. The worker fell through her roof.
Really?
He fixed everything. And just before the sale of her house, he threatened her to put a lien and foreclose on the house. So she paid him, even though she knew he didn't deserve the money. She paid him the money. But now she's looking to file a complaint and do everything after the fact.
Wait a minute. Are you serious? Are you telling me it was the same exact type of claim? A guy fell through the roof and it was the same roofer?
Yes.
You know what? I don't believe in coincidences like that. Hold on. We got more coming right up. Hold on.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
Yeah, we're looking a little bit better here. 270 running slow
stuff,
as you're heading west off I-70 up through Vasquez. We've had slowdowns on I-70 coming, looks like from Quebec back to Brighton, I-25, sluggish into downtown. But Here in the city, you're not dealing with big delays. There's a construction zone on Santa Fe. It's southbound at Mineral out of Littleton. It is backed up in that area. Foothills Drive, it has been kind of hot and cold for us. They're doing the rock scaling, closing occasionally this morning and into the afternoon. But some delays there for coming down Floyd Hill or through Idaho Springs. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons, practical advice, and inspiring examples to live by as I sit with celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
Vestera Turnkey is a process to become a landlord. I say a process because that's what they do. They handhold you through the process of buying a rental in a market that's hot that they've researched and where rents are strong. They help you identify the property, buy the property, and then manage the property each and every day, and then sell the property when the selling is right. All of this has gotten spectacular returns for people. If you want to be part of this system, look them up. MyBiggestReturn.com. That's MyBiggestReturn.com. This is a way for you to become a landlord without the conventional risks or hassles. Vestera Turnkey. Here's the number, 303-888-3788.
Homeowners together. This was a little unique just because we were already out there. So
You're already in Italy.
My wife and I were, and so then we flew our kids out. So this one will all be going together. But
do you have a place lined up in France?
And then we're gonna stop in Iceland on the way back and stay for like 4 days, 3 days.
I want to do that sometime. I'd like to hear about it.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. It's my daughter who got married earlier this year. They didn't go on a honeymoon. They just couldn't afford a whole lot because they're in school and everything. So this was her dream trip was Paris, and it's like, so we're just all gonna go.
That'll be fun.
Are you gonna do it like get an Airbnb house?
I did. I got an Airbnb in Paris. It's like a 3-bedroom.
You're in the city of Paris?
Yeah, I mean, like it looks out at the Eiffel
Really?
Tower. Yeah.
Wow. I bet that's.
I'm going to get our kids, once they're all married and stuff, and we'll all go to Commerce City. Overlook
Show
the...
them where this used to be 5 Points, kids.
Exactly.
Very pretty over here.
You overlook the RTD bus.
The refinery. I love that refinery.
That's Purina.
The Purina that smells like McDonald's, yes.
I used to work over there.
Did you?
It's actually very clean. You can eat off the floors. The smell is. They make a lot of money at that place.
Are we done with Michael?
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, they got frozen fish and beef that's kind of rotting. Freeze drying it. God, they've been there for, I think, like 70 years.
Hey, Tom.
Tom's got the big gulp.
Are you done with Michael?
Is that the one on? Hold on.
Roofing company?
Well, yeah, I don't know what we got to give him some final advice on what to do, but
he's got to wait for him to sue him.
Yeah, that's really what he has to do. But he better defend himself, because if they can show work done at the house, the falling through the roof is not automatically their fault.
No, he's got to wait for him to sue
you remember
him.
In the very
sued,
beginning,
hire an attorney.
Do you remember in the very beginning? Okay, there's something people forgot in the very beginning, and this is what I want to bring up. This in the very beginning of the call. I think this whole thing was engineered, and I'm going to tell you why.
Do you think they're trying to scam the insurance company out of more money?
Yeah, I think here's what happens. I think that this falling through is all engineered. If it happened twice, it's not a coincidence. It's just not a coincidence. If it's the same exact company, it's not a coincidence. And so most of the time they're thinking the insurance is going to pay. And I'm going to tell you why they think the insurance is going to pay based on what they said in their initial analysis.
how often does the residential roof fall through the roof? Legit.
Hardly ever, right?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it either.
Well,
Brian, have you been to France before?
This guy does it
I
twice.
have not. Nope, never been there.
What's that?
This guy does it twice that we know of.
I've been
I've been
around
there
it.
twice.
They're all hairy. Like the women don't shave and they smell.
Where are they hairy?
First encounter with a prostitute in Paris. We went there as a high school trip. That was pretty exciting.
L.A.
I didn't touch it, but
Yeah. I
No,
love
France.
that. I love
Aren't
that.
the French the ones that don't brush their teeth or whatever? No, that's the UK. I'm sorry.
when are you going, Brian?
Beginning of August.
Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna be peppering you when you get back.
Yeah. It should be fun.
How long are you gonna be there?
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, Michael, the more I talk to you about this roof thing, the more I think this thing could have been set up, in my opinion. Let me explain this to you. First and foremost, you said something that was very curious in the beginning of this call. You said after a hailstorm, you had a roofer look at your roof, Rocky Top Roofing, and they made a note that I very seldom ever hear roofing companies make a note of. They said there were soft spots on your roof.
Well, I mentioned that because my friends that were helping me fix up the house, cutting trees away, they told me there was a soft spot on the roof.
Then that
So
is
he was
really
aware
bad
of
news.
that.
That is really bad. Hold on. I thought that Rocky Top Roofing mentioned it. The fact that your friends mentioned it, I'm going to tell you something, Michael. This is bad news for you, because if there was a soft spot noted on that roof and somebody fell through it, they're going to, even though they fixed it all, they're going to claim that that was not their fault, that their worker fell through the roof. I know that's what they're going for right now. Now, the fact that you said this happened on a previous house is very, very, very curious. But that aside, if your neighbors told you there was a soft spot on the roof or two, and this guy fell through the roof, it would indicate your roofing decking may have been failing in certain areas. I don't know. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it was, but that is very bad news for you. Does this contractor know? Did this contractor mention anything about soft spots?
He agreed, and he replaced some of the decking.
Oh, boy. When did the falling through happen? While they were replacing the decking or after the decking was replaced?
No, while they were replacing the decking.
Okay. I think you're going to be...
So even though I have a conversation with him that said that he was going to take care of everything.
And you said you have a conversation with him. What do you mean by that? A recording?
Yeah.
On what?
On the fall through of the roof that
Well,
he said
no, you have a recording. Is it a recording on your cell phone? Where's the recording?
Yeah. It's on my cell phone.
And during the conversation, he says, it was our fault, we're going to fix it, or how was it worded? You have the recording. Can you play that recording?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up real fast.
This is very, very interesting.
You know, the other thing is maybe the insurance company, if it truly did have all this damage and they were going to cover it, or not going to cover it, but it was related to the storm, I wonder if someone like Paragon could eyeball, and maybe the insurance company's a little here to blame.
You're right, Mark. Maybe they should go back and possibly pay for this. Look, we can't automatically assume that it was
Brian,
a scam.
let's say these guys sue him and they win for this roof damage. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say they sue him and win. Wouldn't that insurance company have to step up and defend him if they come after him for the amount?
Well, so here's what my first question would be on it is what caused the damage? So we'd have to look at what the invoice is. If the damage is something that is storm related or insurance related, then if they are found that they do owe this money, then they would have to pay it.
We're forgetting something. We're not talking about damage that made them. What we're saying is this. They were in the process of replacing the decking on his roof when they fell through. So I don't think it was anyone's. Is that the roofer's responsibility? I think it is. If they were working,
to me, yeah.
If they were working on the roof, if the roof was faulty and the guy fell through, that's a different story.
Well, I don't think it's the liability of the guy falling through. I don't think they're hitting them with this $33,000 because their employee was hurt. I think the $33,000 is other work they did.
Right. And my point is we would have to see what that is to know whether or not it's even insurance related. Now, this adjuster says it isn't, but
Michael said part of that $33,000 mark is the damage caused by falling through.
Okay, well, hold on. That's fine. If it is caused by the guy falling through and they're coming after him for the money, wouldn't the insurance company once again have to step up and at least defend him? Because now they're saying, hey, we fell through your roof.
Right. I agree with you. Yeah, but it sounds like it's not. I think we're saying two different things. They're not coming after him for the liability like the person getting hurt.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just the damage that they fixed.
That's right.
But when someone has a roof done, let's say one of these storms that just happened.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the shingles are bad and everybody acknowledges it. The roofer comes out. Then they find out it needs new decking. Then they find out it needs a new joist or whatever he said was wrong. I mean, generally speaking, isn't all that covered?
That is maybe it is. But if it's something that's just been degraded over time or it's poor workmanship to begin with, there could be reasons why they would exclude it. But again, that'd be a great reason to get Matt involved, and he would be able to tell you one way or another if what they're saying is accurate.
Michael, what we suggest you do at this point, because this is way complicated, you should call a public adjuster that we give you the name of and have him look at the letter sent to you by the roofer or the invoice and have him give you an opinion
and the denial letter from the insurance company on the rest of it.
Yeah, if there was a denial letter, you need to see if maybe your insurance company should be paying Rocky Top for the additional damages. But then I want to go back to another thing you said. You did say that you have a real estate friend who said the identical thing happened on another home.
Yes.
Is she absolutely positive someone fell through the roof and he threatened to sue the homeowner?
Yeah, he threatened to place a lien. He just before her house was closing, he called and wanted more money, or he was going to lien her house to stop her sale.
And
so
was
she
it?
Paid him.
Do you know that someone actually fell through the roof? That's what she said.
He said she saw the damage. The homeowner saw the damage.
And it went through the ceiling.
Correct.
Why don't you gather that information? There's something weird about that. That even though, look, I mean, there's something weird about that. Truly, truly weird. Even if your insurance company should be responsible, if there's some kind of scam going on, did you ever tell your insurance company about this?
No, I just found out this information on Friday.
I would tell your insurance company about it, but although your insurance company didn't pay. And did you tell the roofer you knew about it? Who would like to contact this roofer and ask about it? Would you like to do that, D?
All right. I can give him a call.
You know what? I want to get that previous information, Michael. Meanwhile, I still want you to contact a public adjuster.
Okay.
And you're going to call Paragon Services, Matt Stanford over there, and have him help you out, okay? I really believe he might be able to get you some coverage. But in the meantime, I want to look at the so-called coincidence between this roofer having someone fall through the roof.
Info? Do we know who this lady is? Can we contact her and hear it?
Michael's going to give us the information, right, Michael?
So here's the deal. I just reached out to the agent, and I actually asked her this on Friday, if the other person would be willing to tell her story, to group up with me to tell her story. And now I just reached out to her again because you said you don't believe in coincidences. You're very interested and want to know about that. So if she's willing, I gave her your name and number.
Okay, good.
Told her when you're available.
Break when you can, buddy.
All right, we got to take this break. Okay, I got to take this break. It's mandatory right after this. Let's give this to Deputy D.
Impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
An easy drive throughout the Denver Metro for the noon hour. I-25 north and southbound showing slower speeds through the downtown area. Stop and go traffic between Alameda and Colfax, adding about 3 or 4 minutes to your commute. If you're heading to DIA I-70 eastbound, slower speeds.
What did we say to
Havana
Margaret to do with this
Boulevard,
this
with
160
traffic on
holes?
Swan.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons, practical advice, and inspiring examples to live by as I sit with celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They do kitchens, baths, and basements, even though they're on the inside of the house, and they're called Genesis Total Exteriors. And they do everything storm-related. If you have a roofing, soffits, fascia, siding, decks, painting, whatever you need done, they even do stucco. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, a company we know and trust, and a company you can trust. In an industry that's riddled with liars, cheats, and ripoffs, you need someone dependable. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Hey, American Financing is offering the Smart Equity Loan. For the portion of your equity you commit to paying off high interest debt, it's so imperative that you get rid of that portion of high interest debt, which will keep you in debt for 20 or 30 years, especially making minimum payments. Get that off the books so you can start building wealth. And the way to do that is to use a Smart Equity Loan, because they only use the part of the equity to get that paid off. And then you have regular monthly payments that will save you hundreds of dollars a month. So you can actually pay extra on the principal if you want, but you'll have breathing room and your credit will improve. Contact my friends, AmericanFinancing.net. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000.
NMLS 1823.
Oh, Jesse.
So she is totally, so that county roots is design you're saying is almost impossible.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay. All right.
All right, Michael, I'm going to go ahead and give you a couple numbers. The first one I'm going to give you.
God. I got to work out today for sure. I have to.
Hey, I'm going to play hooky tomorrow if you're cool.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got Wednesday.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
I have Wednesday off as well. My first trip.
Oh, which one is it?
Against the very first spanner.
They're actually going to court?
Yeah, these ones are going to court.
Is it small claim or counties?
It was my smallest case. It's the one I filed first.
And what are you asking for? It'll tell a lot if you win.
Yeah, that's why I filed my smallest.
The name you can trust.
Yes, that's what he basically assigned them to me.
What's tomorrow, Mark?
Tomorrow is Tuesday.
I know. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm going to get some shit done around the house.
Ready to order? Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, chefs. This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
From iHeart Podcast, before social media, before cable news, there's Alan Bird. This is Live Wire, the loud life and shocking murder of Alan Bird.
And he pointed to the Denver phone book and said, well, there are probably 2 million suspects.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Live Wire, and listen now.
After the nuke sites in Iran were taken out, the Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Adicott plus Representative Andy Biggs from Arizona chimes in, and Kay Hill on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHW, Denver's talk station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Marianne, let's get started on your case. What's going on, Marianne?
Oh, a nightmare, actually.
What happened?
A year ago, I was contacted by email, mind you, by the Small Business Administration that I defaulted on a small business loan that was taken out during COVID.
Uh-oh, it sounds like a scam to me. Okay.
And they were going to garnish my Social Security, $168 and some change. I don't remember the change part. Starting in September of last year, 2024.
Okay.
And I had to provide them with forms.
Yeah, hold on. I smell a scam coming. Hang on. Let's see what we can do to help you. This is Marianne talking about a nightmare that happened when somebody contacted her about defaulting on a loan. This is a cautionary tale. Let's see what we can do. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255 if you want to get in. Did she call us before? She did.
Either that or it was an identical lady.
It could be identical. I mean, I don't know.
I think it's identical, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? So many people get contacted about being, oh my God, it's terrible.
Well, a lot of people got SBA loans during COVID under other people's names.
Yep.
But you know, Tom, like I've always told people, these agencies do not call you. They send you something in the mail.
That's what she said, Doc.
No. They said she could. Well, anyway, they said they were going to garnish your Social Security.
She got mail.
Oh, she did get mail?
Yeah. And
well,
they're going
the first thing to find out.
There's no scammer in the world that can get access to your Social Security check.
Right. Did she actually take out an SBA loan? That's the main thing.
No, she didn't. That's the point.
No,
we've had a few of these.
Yeah, we have. I wasn't sure if she said it was a call or if it was a mail.
It was the letter.
Okay.
But even so, the first thing to find out is if she actually took out an SBA loan.
She did.
Yeah, well, she didn't.
Well, then you should just ignore it.
They're about to take money
Well,
out of
no,
her
they're
Social
going to start
Security
taking
check.
money out of her Social Security check, Doc.
No, they threatened to. They're not. They can't. They can't do it.
Right.
No,
right.
it's the fucking SBA. They can do it. They absolutely can. Someone took out a loan during COVID in her name.
Oh, okay.
And they're coming after her because she hasn't paid any of it back. She's got to prove to them she knew nothing about it.
Right.
That's the scam.
One more time, ma'am.
Did they fire? I read one thing that said they also shot at
But you don't know the
somewhere in Iraq.
card is?
I don't know.
Excitement for space and photography buffs after the largest digital camera ever built. Pictures of the universe offering a new way.
Photos of colorful nebulas, stars, and galaxies known as the Virgo cluster.
You don't know what kind of
The
card
old Virgo cluster.
The biggest ever digital camera at the Vera C. Rubin Observatory on a mountaintop in Chile. The celestial bodies are thousands of light years from Earth. A light year is nearly 6 trillion miles. Funded by the U.S. National Science Foundation and the Energy Department, it will also look for what the astronomer Vera Rubin suspected were mysterious dark matter and dark energy.
ABC's Chuck Feverson. Tesla's
Okay, ma'am, are you familiar with the show?
Roads of Austin, Texas. Service is limited to a small area of the city. Elon Musk says he's planning to expand the self-driving
Are you
taxis.
familiar with the
Driving
radio
Texas
show?
face different regulations. Some states requiring special permits and human monitors. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Okay, this is the Tom Martino radio show. So we are a call-in radio show, so we only do on-air calls.
Shares, Instagram likes, followers, and fans across the globe.
So are you comfortable with being on the air?
Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog from Pet today.
Yeah, you can't curse on the air, ma'am.
Shelter or adoptable pets near you.
Okay. So are you comfortable being on the air?
Well, that's entirely up to you.
Okay, Ruby, I still need to know what kind of car you have, and you said that there's engine trouble, right?
Amazing adoption sites. Start a story.
Okay,
Adopt a shelter
all right.
or rescue pet today. Your perfect pet is just a click away at theshelterpetproject.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Madison, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
KHW News Time, 103.
A man is facing kidnapping charges after
I know it's a 2013, so I've got that.
Parkway in Jefferson County. Deputies say Bradley Wilson approached the girl and her grandmother, placed his hands on
And
the
you think
child,
it's
and
a
asked,
Chevrolet?
"May I borrow your child?" before trying to leave with her.
May I borrow your child? Jesus.
That was terrible.
That's crazy.
And then he went back in for it.
Okay, that's
For real?
Yes. They got the kid away and then he hung around and came back.
Okay, so it's a GMC Yukon? Okay, Ruby, hang on for me, okay? All right, we'll be with you momentarily, okay? And you are familiar that you're gonna be on the radio.
Mark, did you hear about the shooting at the church yesterday?
Ruby.
No, where was it?
Hang on for me.
I don't know where it was.
Colorado?
No,
Okay.
but it was a live stream service, so you could hear the guy popping off his AR-15. I mean, it sounded like a machine gun.
Oh, and the security guard killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did read that.
And then I think a parishioner shot at him, too. They say they saved a lot of lives. I think only one
Look, Tom loves these surveys. Most expensive U.S. cities to live in 2025.
Honolulu.
Nope. Nope. You know what number one is?
Manhattan.
Denver.
Wow.
That's what it says here.
Our town.
I mean, it's crazy because Honolulu and New York and San Francisco are much more expensive.
I forgot it. Yeah, we went to San Francisco on vacation, and the hotel rooms are like $700 a night. Denver's expensive.
I don't know where they get these stats from.
I don't think that's right. Well, goddamn. I mean, look at those apartments in Manhattan Island.
Hey,
Doc.
Bo, we gotta leave at 1:30.
That's right. I'm a little bored anyway.
What?
I'm a little bored anyway.
Okay, so we'll leave at 1:30.
All right.
So I gotta get home
You got a poker game
and
coming up.
do a bunch of stuff.
Did you get all your food?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and I need some info off that valve, but I'll talk to you next week about it. We got to order. I'm gonna try to order the exact same reducing valve, so there's no labor involved. I mean, less labor. Yeah, I'll walk down with you, Doc, and I'll just come back up here because we got to drive over to the parking lot.
Yeah.
You got a cutie?
No, this is. Look, so I got this message.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-way treatment I received.
So I'm sure.
$1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. This is the place where you can have problems solved, questions answered, complaints resolved. And you know what? We have had such a freaking busy day today. So I'm going to go without further ado back to the phones. Marianne has an issue with the Small Business Administration. Here's what happened. First of all, Marianne, it all began what? With a letter supposedly from the SBA? Is that what it was?
It was an email.
An email.
From the Small Business Administration. The email title was PPP ID Theft Inquiries at the SBA.gov.
Okay, now here's what I want to know. There are two different scenarios that happened, Marianne, during this time. One, where people truly did have PPP loans taken out in their name fraudulently, and the SBA was truly looking into them. The next scenario was when someone never had a loan taken out, and it was a phishing expedition to try to get you to hit a link and submit information. I don't know which it was. Did anyone actually take a loan out in your name?
Apparently, yes.
Okay. And so what happened then?
The only thing that the SBA gave me was a identity theft complaint number. The only thing I have to work with. No information about the loan. No information as to the name of the business.
That's pretty normal.
The
Basically,
address
they're going to,
of the
Marianne,
business.
they're going to investigate it, and they're not going to garnish your Social Security check while they're doing that.
Well, so
Well, they did.
Tell me what they did. They started taking your Social Security check?
The middle of September, when my Social Security check came out.
Oh, my God.
It was reduced $168 and some change.
And how long are they going to
And
do
they did
that?
the same thing. They did the same thing in October, and I have been fighting it.
How
as
long
much
are they
as I
going to,
can.
how much do they say you owe?
They didn't tell me how much I owe. I don't know how much I owe.
Okay.
And I have sent every document they've asked for, which was tax returns for 2019, 2020, 2021. IRS transcripts for the years 2019 and 2020 and 2021. A picture of my ID, and I mistakenly didn't do it correctly by trying to do a selfie with holding up my driver's license next to my face. That's on me, I guess. But the IRS form 4506-T.
Here's the thing, Marianne.
So wait. I'm sorry. Did you never do the ID me?
She did it. That's what she said, I thought.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you do it?
The ID me. I have an ID me account. Yes.
Okay, good.
When you go to the ID me account, there is a tab there for accounts of things that you owe the government or the government owes you, or things. Have you ever looked at your profile on the ID me account?
I don't know how.
Okay. Have you ever been able to talk to anyone at the Small Business Administration or anywhere with the government about this? Like actually talk to someone?
No.
Why?
Because all I have is the email address, Tom. I have nothing else.
There's a small business or an SBA office in Denver. I think it's right around 19th Street. And you can call over there and schedule an appointment. That's the first thing I'd get going.
Now, Marianne, you have no idea how much the loan was supposedly for or anything.
No. They've given me no information whatsoever.
You just got a notice saying that they're investigating.
I tried going to the Small Business Administration here in Denver. Seriously, I had to use GPS, and I seriously could not figure out how to get to the parking lot of the Small Business Administration in Denver.
So
they do not answer the phone.
Yeah. It is very difficult. Okay. But you do have an account number or a case number, right?
I have a identity theft complaint number. That is all I have.
Man, this is terrible.
I contacted a lawyer. I was finally able to reach somebody at Robinson and Henry and paid $145 retainer for a 30-minute consultation. And the lady told me I did have a good case, but that my only recourse was to file bankruptcy against them to end this.
Well, here's what she thought. She probably thought that would be the easiest thing to do it, except bankruptcy won't get you out of fraud. So I don't even understand what she's talking about. Fraud, they're coming after you for fraud. They're not coming after you for repayment. They're coming, repayment, but they're saying it was a fraudulent loan. So bankruptcy is not going to get you out of it.
You can go to that office, by the way. It's open every day from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m.
And if you can't find a parking spot
against this,
just take an Uber and let them drop you off.
I have to have the amount of the loan. I have to have all the information for this loan.
No, okay.
I have nothing.
Can I ask a simple question, Marianne? Do you have a small business?
Hell no.
No,
I've never ever. Never, ever has a small business, ever.
Do you have your original, all the emails that were sent to you?
Yes, I do.
Hey, Doc, why don't you take a stab?
do.
Really, Doc, seriously. You work a lot with seniors at AARP.
They're not going to give him any information at that office on her. That will never happen.
God almighty.
So, Marianne, if your problem is that you can't find a parking spot, just take an Uber down there and have them drop you off.
I don't trust them.
You don't trust who?
Ubers. You got to get
well,
down to that office.
We can't help you there, Marianne. If you can't take public transportation, for God's sakes, we can't help you. I mean, you got to go down there and make an appointment. You got to go down there and talk to them. Who don't you trust? Marianne.
I will see if I can get. I have the RTD for seniors.
Yeah, good.
Flex Trends.
Good.
I will see if I can get one of them to drop me off there.
Here's why. You have, if you take your emails with you and your ID number, they're going to help you. They're not going to send you away without talking to you. This is terrible. I mean, this could happen to anyone. So, Mark, what do you suspect? Somebody took out a loan in her name?
Absolutely, and she's got to get down to that office.
It's important. Marianne, I used to work for the Small Business Administration. They're very congenial and easy to work with. You need to get down there and shoot. If I have to, I'd even drive you down there, but you have to go there in person and make an appointment, and I believe they will help you.
I think so too.
I will certainly try it because I'll print out all the emails that I have.
Exactly.
And the responses that I gave and do this.
Let me give you a note. Let me give you a note on how to complain with them. And I'm serious now. I'm not kidding. When you go down there, you start with the idea that your Social Security is now being garnished. You start there. Say, my Social Security is being garnished for money they say I owe. You start with that, then work backwards. Don't go back to the beginning saying, I got a letter from you guys saying I was in default. Start from now and work backwards. So many people do just the opposite when it comes to complaining. They feel they have to be chronological. You can be chronological with a complaint after you give the initial complaint. The initial complaint should always start with today and work backwards, and then you can be chronological all you want. But I would make that appointment.
What if they only took 2 months? What if they didn't continue the garnishment after 2 months?
Well, when did they stop garnishing? Wait. Did they stop garnishing?
They did. They stopped. Yes, they stopped in October. They took September. They took October, and that was all.
Yeah, and that okay.
Mark? Why do you think they stopped?
Because she filled out the fraud claim.
That's why. Okay.
But that didn't keep them from asking for more documentation.
But they stopped.
And it was the same
Obviously, you hit a nerve, Marianne. You did get them to stop.
No,
That's very important.
It's not even a nerve. When you claim the fraud, they'll quit garnishing. I mean, that should have been done on your first notices. Then they wouldn't have even taken those couple months.
So when will she get that money back?
They contacted me last Tuesday and said that they have determined that I still owe, that this is my debt I still owe this debt. This is my debt. I took out that loan.
Okay, they did tell you that.
So I'm going to have to make that appointment and go in and find out what to do and possibly...
Okay. Marianne?
Unfortunately, get a lawyer to help me, I guess.
Well, I don't know if you need an attorney. First, do that business, that person to person. But Marianne, so you expect them to start garnishing again?
I do. I really do.
Because they called you and they said, Marianne, we've determined this is a valid debt.
Tom, they never called me. It's all done by email.
They contacted you and said, we have determined this is a valid debt.
Yes.
Okay. I think then our original information was correct. Even though they only took 2 months, you should go down there and tell them 2 months of your Social Security was garnished and you just got an email saying this is valid and you're afraid they're going to start garnishing again. That is exactly what I would do. Go down there as soon as possible.
Okay.
And then call us back and let us know what happens. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
We had an inquiry once in the show where a guy got in a bar fight, and 3 weeks later, he gets a letter from the police saying he's being charged with a crime for assault. Listen, you never know what can happen. If you are charged with anything, no matter what it is, you can't defend yourself. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. He'll listen to you. Talk to him up front, free of charge. If you do need an attorney and hire him, he will do it on a flat rate basis. So don't shop under pressure if you need help. Lazzara, Lazzara. Find Joe Lazzara at referralist.com or call him at 303-429-6200, 429-6200. You know how I feel about high interest debt. Get rid of it. High interest debt will keep you in debt for years and years and years because you're paying mostly interest. American Financing has a smart equity loan. They use part of your equity to pay off the high interest debt you accumulated from credit cards. Once you get that in a equity loan, you have a low payment that saves you hundreds a month. You can pay it off quicker if you want or pay it off on time. But the point is you save hundreds a month and your credit improves immediately and you start on your road to financial recovery. Call AmericanFinancing.net today for that. Or if you need a complete refinance, you can trust them. AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000. Go ahead, sir.
Kelly, can you please get Marianne's phone number if you haven't already? Because I just got a response back from SBA's regional administrator.
Oh, wow. Did you hear that, Kelly?
I will text you.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Dimitri. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, he just responded to my text message.
Someone said because she got it by email, it's a scam.
Sounds like
okay, I'd like to know what scammer can deduct $100 out of your Social Security
I know
check.
That would be impressive.
Me too.
That would be the most impressive scammer ever.
Yep.
She was borderline one of those that's never going to do anything. She's already tried everything.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I can't believe she was complaining that she couldn't find the place.
I know it. I know. She just sounds like she threw her hands up in the air. She's just frustrated as hell, poor thing.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show. Hi, Ruby. We're going to come to you right after the break, okay?
were able to come in on a Saturday, and the job was completed over the weekend, and we were back in business. So we didn't miss a step.
Lots of styles to choose from. 4 times stronger than Epoxy.
Okay.
And it comes with a lifetime
Chevy Equinox. All right, hang on for me. Okay, don't hang up. We're going to come to you right after the break, okay? Hang on.
That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this.
He was quick to respond. They were quick to give us a solution and quick to get it completed as well. And they're going to take care
Hail
of it.
damage? Get help now with the exterior home professionals at Genesis Total Exteriors. They do roofs.
Did you really like that chicken?
Yeah, I ate half that order. What do you
You're gonna eat the rest of it?
No, you are.
Not of your order.
Yeah, well, because you can get hungry again soon.
No, you should take it.
Thank you.
You should really take it. I have those nuggets still. I haven't touched. I just can't. I just think I'm gonna eat a certain amount and I get full.
Yeah, just smaller meals at a time.
I started posting shorts now, which is just it's hard to say, but it's hard to explain it. But let me show you one.
Celebrities and thought leaders you'll absolutely love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcast. This hour from the Trajan Welch K-House Studios.
Guys, getting a lot of
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
so it's like this.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will tell you what your house will sell for or give you an estimate, not an appraisal, an evaluation based on market conditions. You can depend on Frank. It's free of charge, no obligation if you're thinking about listing. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Brian Burns, do we have any comparisons to make on homeowners insurance or auto insurance or any kind of quotes, quotecompass.com or theinsurancehelpcenter.com? What's going on, Brian?
Yeah, I have one here that I thought was pretty interesting. It looks like someone called us. They are with Farmers Insurance. And they did not realize that once we actually had their declaration pages, we were able to show them that they have a 2% wind hail deductible.
Explain what that is. A 2% wind hail deductible. Explain that to them.
So that means whatever your dwelling limit is, in this case, it was $600,000, a $600,000 dwelling limit. Their deductible is 2% of that wind hail dwelling limit, so that would equate out to $12,000 deductible for
a $12,000
$12,000
deductible they have.
But it's worse than that. So, in addition, they have what is called a roof schedule, which is essentially actual cash value settlement on the roof. The roof is 13 years old, so they don't have roof coverage. If you look at what the roof schedule amount is.
By the way, a roof schedule means that your roof is worth this much in 2025, this much in 2026, this much in 2027, or how many years from new. Go ahead, Brian.
Exactly. And that, it shows you once your roof gets to a certain age, you have to look at what that schedule says, and it will tell you what portion of the roof replacement they will pay. So ultimately, they had little to no coverage for the roof. We got quotes at least to them for a company called Acuity, and for auto, home, and umbrella, they didn't have an umbrella before, so we added an umbrella. We got them replacement cost on the roof, and we saved them about $300 a year.
Oh my God. You got them full replacement cost above that atrocious coverage, plus save the money. Do they understand how lucky they were to call you?
Yeah, I think, and I'm not the one that talked with them. Sometimes people will hear the $300 and think, well, that's not much of a savings, and so we try to explain, I get it, but you have replacement cost on your roof now.
Where
you
before
don't have
they had
any kind of
they
roof.
essentially had no coverage on their roof. Had they had a hailstorm and it was a $60,000 roof, they would have covered the entire thing.
yeah, this new quote would cover the entire thing.
But before they would have had to pay out of pocket.
You got it. Exactly. And that's my point is if there was a loss, you would realize how big of a savings that is. And, I'm not trying to cast any illusions. As roofs get older, it is hard. It's becoming more and more difficult to find companies that will do replacement cost on that. But I think the key is, and what we always try to do is we try to tell people, hey, here's your options. Do you want the lower premium? Right. Well, then you're going to have a higher deductible, but we make sure they understand that.
Exactly. Let's talk to Ruby now. Ruby, what's going on with your 2013 Chevy Equinox?
Okay. I'm Ruby, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
And it was sold about 3 months ago. Okay, we put a brand new battery in it. We put a brand new battery in it since we got it, but it won't do anything. And it was sold by A1 Auto Gallery, 4872 Covington Highway, Decatur, Georgia.
Hey, Ruby, how long ago did you buy it?
About 3 months ago.
And
3 months ago.
Did you have trouble from the beginning?
I had trouble from the beginning. I have tried to reach out to him, but he would not call me back. It's my daughter-in-law's car.
Okay. How much did you pay for it?
Pretty close to $6,000 cash.
And did you get any kind of a warranty, or was it as is?
As is.
And did you have it checked out by anyone?
No, her and my son went and got it. But he would not answer no calls at all. And he's in Atlanta, off Covington Highway. And I've been reaching out, Channel 5, Channel 2, please reach out to me and call me. My number is
Okay, hold on. No, Ruby, don't give your number out right now. So right now, your son and daughter-in-law bought a 2013 Chevy Equinox for $6,000 as is. And what did you have to do other than a new battery? What's wrong with it?
The mechanic that looked at say the motor is gone.
Uh-oh. So they can't even drive it right now?
They can't even drive it. She can't even get her tag or nothing.
Okay. The name of the place is what that she bought it. You said A1 Auto Gallery. A1 Auto Gallery, right?
Right.
Okay. Here, I'm going to give it to someone who wants to take a shot. Maybe Bo. Hey, Bo, how about taking a shot at your Georgia accent and call down there to A1 Auto Gallery, at least see what they say?
And the number is...
Hold on. I want that number in a second here. Okay, what's the number?
The number is 404 975
Yeah.
3599.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what. Hold on.
We've been reaching out.
Now listen, I want to tell you something, okay? I just hope there might not be, unless this dealer is stand up or something, we may not be able to do anything if you bought it as is. I want to check the laws in Georgia about as is, but I think it's going to be the same as here in Colorado. I think you may see, here's the problem, Ruby. If you buy it as is, you buy it with all the trouble. You know that, right?
Right.
So it's possible there's nothing. The dealer might say it's your problem.
Break time, buddy.
Hold on. I got to take a break. Hold on. Bo, would you take this and see if we can make a call for her? Okay, we got more coming right up.
KHW KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro as we hit that 1 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Slow traffic starts at Federal Boulevard. Heading to DIA, I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the airport area. I'm Mark Swan with traffic.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
Zero Res Denver will get your carpets cleaned with nothing but water. How do they do it? Well, it's super softened, alkaline-based, purified water, which is truly the best cleaning agent in all of nature. Zero Res Denver is proud of what they do. ZeroResDenver.com. Your carpets not just look clean, but feel clean, smell clean, and they use less water. Your carpets dry faster and stay clean longer because no residue. They even take out the crap from past cleanings, along with pathogens and allergens. Great people to have in your home. The only ones I have in my home. ZeroResDenver.com. Give them a call for healthy, clean, new-looking carpets. Zero Res Denver, 303-471-5150. 471-5150. Hey, if you're looking to sell your house, you can go the conventional way. Of course you can. But you may not want loan approvals, showings, inspections, inspection reports, appraisals. You may just want a check. And for that, we recommend Home Vestors. Listen, you've heard of all these companies advertising, give us a call, we'll buy your house. Well, that's what I'm advertising. Give them a call, they'll buy your house. The worst that'll happen is you say no. Give them a call. People I've been trusting for years and years. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER. Whew. I held up my energy today.
Yeah. We had quite a few, Tom.
Oh, pretty cool, bro.
Yeah, the issue we're running into is like at the beginning of the show, we had probably 4 or 5 lined up, but they held long enough to where they dropped off.
If it's noted to me, I'll try to get them quickly.
Okay.
Even if we have to assign them.
I mean, they were all noted. I remember the beginning of the show. Kelly noted them all outbound.
But I didn't know it was like outbound special. But here's the deal. What we can do is take them quickly and then have a deputy work on them, and at least we'll have them in the system.
Yeah, we got to figure out how we literally want to do that.
Exactly. What I'm thinking is we'll take them to get them on the air and then assign them immediately, even if it's not the greatest case, just so we get them in the system.
Hey, Kelly, pull up your phone app. Can you pull that up?
I have an update on the SBA case.
How many did we have from Georgia? I think it's area code like 608 or something like that. Or Atlanta.
Why did you target that area, by the way?
I went for the poorest areas in the country, top 5.
Okay, got it.
Because I figured you could relate.
Yep. Absolutely. I was one of them.
I know my ass was. Do you see what I'm saying on there, Kelly? I can't hear you for whatever reason. I don't know what she's doing. Now she hears me. Her mic might be killed.
Why are you getting so many calls from Georgia? I missed all that.
Oh, you didn't see my campaign?
No.
Check this out. It's pretty cool. We got like 5,000 views. Maybe more, actually.
Vote for Pedro.
Vote for Pedro.
Or maybe another thing we do, Mark.
What?
Maybe on the outbounds, tell Kelly, maybe we don't stack them up like that, but just call one at a time as I'm getting through them.
Yeah, we got to come up with.
No, that would be a better system. So instead of like stacking up 4 in the very beginning, if they're out of state outbound, we take one at a time.
No, did you delete all the other ones? Fuck, we got to come up with the way we're doing this shit. Where's all the? Where's okay? There was a fuckload of Georgia this morning and over the weekend. A fuckload.
I haven't touched it.
Okay, we'll figure it out how to go forward. We just got.
But there was a lot of people who just are not familiar with the show.
There's going to be a fuckload not familiar with the show because we're telling them to call with help.
Correct.
So there's a way to introduce them on the air. Say, you know, this is what we do.
Yeah, we've got to figure out how we're going to do this. We just got
right. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Victoria, what's going on with you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Victoria. What's going on with you?
So my mom and I started paying on a car from a dealership, and it turns out that the issues I'm having, multiple people are having.
Okay.
Here, hold on, let me make it.
It's a 2016 Surrender. When did you buy it?
When did we start paying on it?
Yeah.
November or just it was late November.
Okay.
So,
and that's when you bought it, right? You bought it in November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what went wrong with it?
So with that dealership, you have 3 days to take the car back.
Okay.
And the car broke down on me on the 5th day. And so it was too late for them to do anything, so they recommended a dealership that we had warranty with.
Yeah.
That way, right?
And what happened?
So they had to replace the hoses. The power just went out on me. The car wouldn't accelerate. So they had to replace 3 different hoses and then the spark plugs. And then not too long later, they had to replace the spark plugs again, and the spark plugs were not the problem. And so every time the car was going in to get fixed, it was for the same thing over and over again. And so when I was on the highway, the car went out, and I almost got hit by a semi-truck because it just died right there.
Hey, Victoria, how many miles on this car?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's about 60,000.
Okay, and another question I have is, did you have to pay each time you took it in?
No, but we did end up paying $5,000 out of pocket.
What? Wait. What did you pay $5,000 for?
So many different things, and because we took it to the actual Kia dealership because since it's a 2016, it's more electrical, so they would have the correct parts for it. And so a lot of things got replaced, and they said that the dealership previously that I got it from glued parts together.
Oh, no.
And so... yeah, and so they try to cover up leaks with glue and this and that. And so my mom and I paid about over $4,500 fixing the car, and it's still not drivable. And
wait. Are you saying, Victoria, after paying 45 or let's say around $5,000 out of pocket, it's not drivable at all, or it's just poor?
It's not drivable.
Well, what does the dealer? Okay, forget about the people that sold it to you. What does this dealer say that took $5,000 from you? What do they say about that? If you spent $5,000, what do they say about it not being drivable?
They're recommending that we trade it in, but a lot of people won't accept it as a trade because we still owe $19,000 on it.
Oh my God! Wait a minute. You owe $19,000 on it?
Yeah, and the car has sat in mechanic shops longer than we've drove it.
Okay. Where did you buy? What's the name of the dealer you bought it?
Drive Time in Lakewood, Denver.
Drive Time. My God.
I just looked at Drive Time's website.
Yeah.
They actually have two things.
Yeah, what do they
there's
have?
A 5-day return guarantee, and they also have a 30-day, 1,500-mile limited warranty. And it sounds like our caller may have been unaware of that.
Oh my God. All right, wait. So you bought it from Drive Time in Lakewood.
Yes, sir.
And they say, what do they want you to trade it in?
No, the repairing dealer wants her to trade it in.
No. Did Drive Time in Lakewood, what did they say about this car?
I think he's a manager there. His name's Nico. I kept letting him know every time that the car was breaking down. It literally,
how can people, honest to God, look at, hold on a second, Victoria. I know a lot of people are making mistakes out there with cars. I know they are. But does that give dealers a license to cheat like this and to be that crooked? I mean, come on, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying they're lying and cheating, but it sounds to me like they knew this car might have been not in the great shape. Why didn't you take it to be checked out?
So here's the thing. If you let me finish real quick. If you go on the website, you go to the review section, and then there's categories at the top. You press lowest reviews, and you will see that there's multiple people having the same problems as me, and people that can afford an expensive diagnostic. They got quoted almost $8,000 in repairs, and they said the same, similar things that the mechanics there were covering up.
Okay, Victoria, listen, I'm not sure what we can do, but we will call them for you and see. I mean, here's why. You guys spent $5,000 on this car, and it still isn't running right. Maybe we can ask them to.
A lot of people won't accept it as a trade because of the condition it's in, and it's like a risk for them.
No, I understand that. Let's see what we can get Drive Time. Maybe we can get Drive Time to either take it or to get it running for you. People, this is becoming epidemic. This is becoming, I swear to God, epidemic for people. It's so bad. Now, I know people are making big mistakes, but it just seems like they're being taken advantage of. How do these dealers go to sleep at night? How do they do it knowing that young people have put everything they have into this? There's got to be some morality here. Hold on. We're going to have somebody call for you. I'm going to put Deputy D on it. Just hang on, okay? He'll be talking to you. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up. Gosh dang it.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Arroyo Grande with Raymond Arroyo.
Easy driving throughout the Denver Metro as we hit that 1 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay,
there.
but I'm going to work out and go to Stephanie's, and then I'll see you later.
Heading to DIA, I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the airport
thank you.
area.
I appreciate
I'm Mark
it.
Swan with traffic.
I'm Raymond Arroyo. I'd like to invite you to my new podcast, Arroyo Grande. Discover life lessons
guidance, practical
Okay,
advice, and inspiring examples
Love
to
you,
live
honey.
by as I
I
sit
need
with
you to call
celebrities
that
and
link,
thought
too.
leaders
You need
you'll
to get on
absolutely
that.
love. Listen to Arroyo Grande wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney I hope you never need. If you do need him, he's there for you. What I love about him is he takes calls from people before their clients. Not many attorneys do that, but he'll speak to you and he'll answer all of your questions. No pressure ever. John Fuller. So when you need information the most, he's there for you. If you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis where he collects only if you collect. You even get his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. Start out with a phone call. 303-597-4500. Call right now if you've had an injury. 303-597-4500. Gravina's has the greatest windows, greatest selection, greatest heritage. Man, you want to start talking greats? Let's talk Gravina's on 950 West Evans, where Larry put up camp after working with his dad for years and years and years. The original Gravina, the Gravinas at 950 West Evans are the people that are there for you, with Nick working for his dad, Larry. We have wonderful people with all kinds of products and services. Gravina.com. Gravinas.com. 303-GRAVINA. A family that you know and trust. A family that has the name you can trust. Gravina.
Mark, super deep. They have lawyers involved. We said
Mark,
one time Tom said something, the original Gravinas.
I know it. I did it again.
Oh, did you really?
I did by trying not to for some goddamn fucking reason. Yep. I swear to God. I swear to God.
I didn't even hear it.
Sorry about that.
No, it's nothing you did, Bo.
No, it's me. It's
good.
totally.
Good, because I thought it was me.
Well, how could it be you? That doesn't even make fucking sense to me.
I don't know, because I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, fuck.
I know. Look, I don't know what the hell to say. You know, I just don't. You know what? I know what I know. I can blame myself, but I don't know what else to say. I just don't know. I was specifically thinking the opposite of that. Just fuck. You know, I and that's. God Almighty. No, it's something. I was so stupid.
We should have dumped it. That's what we should have done.
You know what? You're right. You're so right. God damn it. God damn it.
No. Tom said something about it that he's...
Jesus Christ, would you tell him to shut up about it? I mean, God Almighty, how the fuck can we be talking about him?
Well, he was talking about the Riff and the Gravinas at the same time.
Oh.
He grew up with them.
God damn it. Well, I could make a comment now on how they're all original. I really could. Or should I shut up?
I would shut up.
No, I'm serious. I could.
No, I would just let.
I wouldn't bring any more attention to it, Tom. I'd just let it go.
I mean, it's the cat's out of the bag. It's either gonna.
Well, you know what? I mean, I'll fall on the
die.
sword. I mean, it's my fucking fault. I got chemo brain.
Yeah.
Never used it as an excuse yet, but
it seemed like a good time.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Between you and me, I'd blame Mark. If I could throw someone
Funny
under
enough,
the bus.
I didn't even hear it. I'm having a
either.
conversation with Bo when it goes down.
Let's blame Brian.
Well, Bo keeps taking.
Fuck, Brian's here.
Bo wants to take the fall here. Let him.
It was that when I was hearing that in the background, I said it. That's what it did it.
Yeah.
Okay, Dimitri, I forgot about your follow-up. God. No, we'll do it right now. I am so sorry, Mark. Honest to God, really. It was so funny because I was looking at the copy where it says "do not," and I said just the fucking opposite. Just. It's not factually untrue either, but.
Well, when we're doing advertising for them, you can't call either or original. That's part of their settlement when they sued each other.
Countdown from a window of 2 weeks continues, and we'll have the latest Monday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-825-5. Deputy D, we had this really frustrating situation. I felt so bad for the woman. She said her Social Security was being docked, and she was being held responsible for a fraudulent SBA loan. She said she could get in front of no one. She could talk to no one about it. She was so frustrated. Deputy D happened to put in a call. Go ahead.
Tom, I exchanged a few text messages with Justin Everett. He is the Rocky Mountain Regional Administrator for the 6-state area, including Colorado. And what he told me to tell her to do is to call the Denver office and ask to speak to a lender relations specialist. Apparently, these are the people who work on issues such as this. And I'm sure that this topic won't be news to one of the lender relations specialists at the SBA office in the Denver office.
Good. At least we got through to somebody.
Yes. So I called Mariana, left her a voicemail, asked her to do that right away, and then call us back, tell us how that turned out.
Good. And then Ruby, who bought that Chevy Equinox in Georgia. Was that the one in Georgia? The A1 Gallery in Georgia. Did we give that to Deputy Bo to call down there? I think we did.
We did.
And then we have this new one, this Kia Sorento. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have Deputy D try to call over there and see what he can do for her. Look, how many times is this going to happen? These dealers are just selling crap. Now, obviously, people are not doing their homework. I even posted something recently about it. But all we can do is hope that we don't snag anyone else. The Insurance Help Center, don't forget 303-996-9000 when they're not here. That's Compass Insurance Group, theinsurancehelpcenter.com, 303-996-9000 for insurance checkups. Don't forget 303-MARTINO. See you, man. Sorry. See you guys.
See you, buddy.
At Real Tom.
I feel so stupid sometimes. I swear to God, I do.
Don't worry about it.